Everyone, please head over to our YouTube channel. I should be live now. So please let me know if I am. My phone is telling me I'm live. So let me know, please. I know the thumbnail is not ideal, but it is what it is. I've got a notification. See ya on the other side, Richard. Okay, let me live. Okay, can I see me live? Do I have audio on the stream? I need to check. I can't hear anything. Is there no audio on the stream? I can't hear a goddamn thing. Go hard, Jodie. Hey yo, David Cast JRPGs! Welcome! I was talking about you earlier. I was talking about your video. David Cast JRPGs! Okay, let me pause. Okay, so I can be heard. I can be heard. Yeah, I was talking about your recent video. Like your comments in there, and I was like, yeah, we know the Persona 6 ain't gonna be on the Nintendo platform. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us for the pre-show. We're going to start the main show now. So I'll see you on the other side. We're going to start very short today. Bye bye. Okay, let me go over to the on-air room. Okay. This is the Tokyo remix. It's not as good as the original, but I still like it. Wait, hold up. I can be heard. I live. Please head over and hit the like button. I need to do all this manual stuff about me being live now because none of the bots I set up work. So, you know, it is what it is. Can I turn that off? Okay. Why didn't they turn it off? How do I stop the event going on Discord? How do I stop it? I left it. Why is it still on there? Can I delete it? Oh, end event. There we go. That's ended now. Here's a link. Quickly, as fast as possible. Copy. I paste. Right, do a quick everyone. I should get like JR or someone to do this for me. This is tedious. Or maybe I can get the bots to work. They don't cooperate with me. Anyway, I'll try my best. I made a typo in my tweet. Oh well. I've got that stupid typo in my tweet. Oh well, it is what it is. Let's go. This music is too hot. This is why I don't play hype music in the show. This is the whole reason why I put Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi on. Because this music is too hype. It's too hype. I love it. I love it. I love this soundtrack, but it's so hype. It's so hype. Welcome everybody. Am I even on the right window? Can I be heard? Let me know in the YouTube chat. I don't see anyone over there. Where is everybody? Head over there and let me know how the audio is. Where is everybody? Head over there and let me know how the audio is. Red Hood, welcome. I see you've changed your avatar to fraudulent Persona 3 Reload. Welcome. Red Hood. Awesome. Okay. Is the music loud and overbearing? Let me know. I'll turn. It is kind of loud. Kind of loud, right? Let's open up a few of these things that I need. Because I tell you, I had a whole pre-show to prepare, and I didn't prepare everything. Because we was talking about the cope on Twitter. We were talking about the cope on Twitter. Yeah. Let's go. We had a good pre-show. Thank you. Music is good. Joseki, welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. Red Hood. Yes, you are. Hi. Is it too hype? Should we put Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi on? Because I will do it. I'll put it on. I never change my profile. This is my profile on YouTube. Or maybe I just never see. Do you know what it is, Red Hood? You always talk on Discord. You always talk on Discord, so I see the other one. Either way, both of the profile pictures are fraudulent. Both Persona 3 Reload, which is a fraudulent game. So, either way, it doesn't matter. We know it's fraudulent. I'm joking, Red Hood. I'm joking. Okay. Yeah, and you have a bunch of numbers attached to your name. 7832. Welcome, everybody. So, with that said, if the audio is fine, we'll get started. It's hard for me to tell. Okay. I just don't want it to be too loud. It's kind of hype. I don't know about this. This is just a YouTube-made playlist, so it's probably going to play all sorts of random music. So I'm going to have to change it in a bit. But welcome, everybody. Today, I'm hoping that we might have, I guess maybe a Vinnie Mac. I'm not sure if Red Hood is available. But if you want to call into the show, you can do that via Discord, via our Discord server, which many of you are already members of. So you join the waiting room VC, and then when I'm ready, I pull you in to the on-air room, right? So in the waiting room, like, it's just a holding room, so I can bring you in into the main room. So do that, and then do ping me, because sometimes I don't see that people go into that room, and I don't want you waiting around for a long time. So do ping me. Okay, so let's get started. Hello and welcome everyone to another Game Corner Shop live stream. We had a very interesting and fun pre-show, the pre-show which is over and exclusive on our Discord server. Anybody can join it, and it's just normally where I faff around, like trying to prepare the show, and then we also have like a little community chat, so we had a nice little turnout for that. Thank you for everyone that joined. I normally try to like list off everyone's names. I can't remember. We had a new member join us though. That was Gooch. Shout outs to Gooch. I hope you can listen to the main show as well. This week you'll notice that this is not Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi. For some reason I think this was in the recommended list. I was like, oh yeah, Resident Evil 4 Final. Yeah, this is really good, and I forgot how good this soundtrack is because I haven't really listened to it much since I played their game. So there's like some absolute bangers on this, but I try to keep the music chill. This track is chill, but there's like way too many like hype tracks on this particular OST. So I don't know if it's too hype, then we'll change it. I didn't get any music suggestions, so if and when I play Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi, I don't want to hear a goddamn word from anybody, okay? I want nobody complaining about that, okay? None of you gave me any music suggestions, so it is what it is. So we're just gonna play SMT4 Final, or Apocalypse it was called in the West, but it's the same thing. I don't know why the change. I don't know why there was a change of the. Oh yeah, I forgot I modded you, J Alpha. You notice you've got a wrench or band hammer, band spanner. We call it a spanner really in the UK. Wrench sometimes, but I think wrench is a different tool. It's like a longer spanner. A spanner is normally like a hand, like just small. But then you've got like really big wrenches that like plumbers use. S&T music is peak. This is indeed peak. This is a very peak soundtrack. There's some very good tracks on there. I like this one, which is a version of the, or a different like it's the same like tune as the one where Nanashi lived. What is the place where Nanashi lived? I can't remember. I cannot remember. This track is called Asahi. But I can't read the rest of this kanji and stuff. Okay, so we're going to, because this is just, oh yeah, so this is just a it's not even a channel. It's like a what is it? No, it's a topic. It's like a topic thing. That's kind of how it works on YouTube. You're gonna have a topic, and have that. You can even follow it. And it's there as a suggestion. So it's just like a YouTube has generated this soundtrack. But we'll play this for a little while. We're playing this in the pre-show, you know, because we're talking about the cope with Persona 5T sales is like mad cope on Twitter, and also in the Persona Central article, I was like, you're coping. The game didn't do that well. It didn't do that well. So yeah, we'll go into that because I know there's various opinions about it. I did listen to OJ from Player Essence show last night. Shouts to OJ. He did talk about this on his live stream yesterday, and he didn't agree. He thought that the maybe it didn't underperform. So we'll talk about that and talk about the reasons why it may or may not have underperformed, or I will say why I think it did, and then, you know, we can talk about more in general. We've got other topics to talk about. We had Kike from our community wants to talk about the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm connections. I might be getting the title of the new game wrong, but that didn't do very well, so that also flopped. And it's interesting because that game is not exactly a new game. It's like, I think it's like 3 or 4 previous Naruto and Ultimate Ninja Storm games, which they've kind of put together into one game. Like, apparently it's battles from some battles from various games they've put into one game, and then like all the characters together. So it's not that much more content. So like with that game, I'm like Bandai. I don't know what Bandai Namco were expecting, to be honest with you, with that game, with the re-release. And it's like, at this point, why not make a new game? I know those games did well. I know they did pretty well, but I think part of the issue is why people aren't running out to go and buy this new version is because you can buy those games, the Ultimate Ninja Storm games, digitally, cheap as chips. They're pretty cheap. Kike said he might be free, so that'd be really cool if you are free to talk about this topic, because I know well, basically it's your topic. I did ask for other topics suggestions. One of the things we might talk about is, and I think this news was, like, I remember this being, we already knew Sony was going to publish the game, but maybe they've just made it official with a contract that Sony is publishing Stellar Blade, or as Sam from our community affectionately dubbed it, Stellar Cheeks. So we call it Stellar Cheeks now, this game. But yes, it's Stellar Blade, made by Shift Up. Now this game was still slated for this year. I don't think it's been officially delayed, which is very strange because it's at the end of the year and they haven't announced a delay. So I do wonder if, like, that's the next thing that's going to happen. But this is by a Korean news site, so we're gonna look at this article as well, and yeah, we might talk a little bit about Twitter and just there's a bunch of cope. There's a lot of cope about the sales, and Red Hood from our community also mentioned that there was a cope under, you said, I think, under the Persona Central tweet or something like that. I don't know why. I don't know why are you coping for this game? I just don't understand. I don't understand. But yeah, we're gonna talk about it, like what, you know, we don't know the exact expectations for this game because Sega Atlus haven't said. They have commented on other games though. There was a recent interview that they had with who did they have that interview with? No, it's not this 4-gamer one. There was another one. I'll find a link to it. They had a recent interview. I've forgotten with which site. Yeah, and they no, so it wasn't an interview. It was there was an article that was referring to the financial the investors Q&A. So it's referring to the investors Q&A where they did talk about their expectations for future Persona releases, and they also mentioned Metaphor, which I said last week was interesting because the person asking the question didn't say anything about Metaphor. They're like, oh, we also have high expectations for that. We can talk about that. We can get into the Metaphor stuff as well. But I'd like to start, as always, by talking about the weekly Famitsu sales. There was a little bit of confusion where some people mentioned it was a holiday in Japan. It just happens to coincide with Thanksgiving in the States. I think it was also on a Thursday. So people thought that there might not be the Famitsu sales this week, but it was. It didn't interfere with it. I'm not sure what sort of holiday it was, but yeah. Anyway, apparently. So, but because it's a holiday, it's gonna make the there should be like a small sales increase maybe from next week. That we will see. But that's interesting. So we're gonna start with the Famitsu sales. So I think we will use niche barrier for this. Niche barrier is great because everything's presented in a way that's easy to read. It's visually easy to read for other people, for viewers to read it on their, you know, their phones or their PCs. So I know some of you watch via your phone, so that's what I try to make this like. But it's 150%. So I know it's too big now, so it has to be like around 150%. So hopefully you can see this on your small screen size. So I like this because it's like stuff is highlighted in colours and stuff like that. So it makes it a little bit easier, I think, on the eyes on a small screen. So there were actually quite a few new releases, and as often happens, there's different SKUs, like different versions of games. So we're going to talk about that and then talk about the totals for those games. So the big games that released, and I'm going to be honest, like, my expectations for these games were a little bit lower And you can tell because on our bets that we have on our server, I lost, okay? Because I didn't think these games were going to sell as much as this. We kind of have, I set up some bets about what these games might sell. So that's the new Momotaro Dentetsu and Super Mario RPG Remake, okay? So, you know, I thought that Momotaro, I did think Momotaro would sell better than, I think I did put that would sell better, but I thought that they were both gonna be like sub 300k, so I was kind of way off, right? So, you know, I thought Super Mario RPG was gonna be I think it was gonna be like 225 or something like that, and then Momotaro, I thought it was gonna be lower, like 180 to 250 or 250. I can't remember exactly what I put, but I did not put no 300k. In my opinion, they performed very, very well, more than what I thought. Now, I was looking at Comic pre-sales, I was looking at Amazon Japan, and which is a really good resource now that they've added, like, you can actually see the sales number for everything. So, like, everything they sell on Amazon, and I think this is like worldwide in every version of Amazon. It was like kind of like I think they were testing it in a few regions first, but I think it's now on every Amazon webpage. You can see what something has sold. So if something has sold more than, like, I think it's over 50, it's like increments of 50 or 100. So if something sold less than that in like the time periods, then you can't see, it won't display. I think it has to be more than 50. But it's really good because we can directly see what things sold, and then we can like approximate the percentage of the market, the total market that sales that Amazon represents. So some people on install base have kind of worked it out, and say it's around 20%. So you can kind of, because it's such a big chunk, you can kind of scale things up. Comic pre-sales kind of skew a lot because of the games that people tend to pre-order, that being a bit more you know, maybe niche, or they're being a bit hardcore, or they're going in and pre-ordering, like, a lot of the time special editions, obviously limited editions, so it skews things somewhat, and casual games are kind of underrepresented there, and they skew certain platforms as well, like PS5 games are a bit underrepresented. If you go by comic sales, then they often will be a bit higher than what you can see with when you work out the comic sales. So this OST is such a banger. So okay, let's talk about these. I'm not missing any chats on mine. Let me just check and make sure. I'm not just. Oh no! The Red Hood's, look, and Red Hood, I'm not interested in you posting Nekapara goddamn gifts, okay? Oh yeah, the Bill Riley one's good. Do it live. Kika maybe it's gonna be free. Awesome. Let me know, Kika. Don't forget to please ping me so that I'm not a dummy and miss you in the waiting room. The premise of Nekapara is messed up. When you see like, oh, cute cat girls, that's fun. What's the premise of the show, of the universe they live in? We're going to go and see the premise. They're created in a lab, okay? They're created in a lab. They have a lifespan of a cat. They have a lifespan of a cat and an intellect of a toddler. And they be doing things. They be doing things with them. Because you see, well, they don't show you, but they say it's implied. They be doing things, okay? So, it's not like, okay, I don't get into Nekapara again. Why are you making me talk about it? Jago's not even here. Last time this was called Jago. Do you know, even though Jago's not here, I still blame him. Sorry, Jago. So, Momotaro. Now, the reason expectations were so high, well, not like, I say expectations are high in terms of like the legs of this game, right? Because of the previous Momotaro game, the legs of that being just like crazy long, and the game sold, I think, 3 million plus in just Japan. Now, Konami, for I don't know why, they don't release this worldwide. I'm not sure, maybe the previous Maratara games they did release outside Japan. Some of them, I think they maybe were on PS1 or DS, or you know, some of the older platforms they had, and maybe some of those were worldwide, but these recent ones are not. They only released them in Japan, and they're only on Switch. Why Konami's chose to do that when maybe there's potential that they could sell even more, I don't know. But this is what we have, and when you're comparing it directly with the previous Momotaro game, that game was still selling. I think, is it in the chart now? Maybe it got pushed out. So I think like it's dropped out of the charts because there was anticipation for the new one, right? And the way this one varies from the other one, because I think the previous game, it's a board game, by the way. It's like a board game type thing, or almost like a party game. It's more like a board game, where you're going to different. It was like going to different locations, like in Japan. But this one, they've made it so you're going to different locations around the world. So it's interesting. But the debut was very, very, very strong. It's 314, almost 315,000. So that's a strong debut, and I think the thing to look out for will be the legs of the game, because of the legs of the previous one being so insanely long. I would expect the same for this game, and obviously releasing close to the holidays, I think we're just gonna see this like just in the chart continuously. Be interesting what happens with the previous game, if that one can come back in the chart, because I think it's been certainly pushed out for by a lot of the new games that we can see here. So yeah, strong debut. This is now, believe it or not, this is Konami's biggest franchise now because of it just selling so well. I think there's potential they could do even more with it. Like I said, you know, maybe releasing it outside of Japan, maybe releasing it on other platforms. I feel like they could have more potential, especially with this game, with the location. Before the previous game was very, very like you had to have like knowledge of particular places in Japan and stuff like that. But because this one is like set all over the world, it immediately has more of a worldwide appeal, I think. So I'm surprised they didn't choose to release it outside of Japan, honestly. But maybe there will be a release later down the line. It's possible. I doubt it though, just because they didn't do it with the previous game. But yeah, I'll have to look and see if those other Momotaro games were outside of Japan. I'm not sure. Okay, so the next big release was Super Mario RPG. That's at number 2, and that's again sold over 300,000, which was above what I thought. I thought maybe 225,000. I was way off. So yeah, that did really well. And I believe this makes this the best debut for a Mario RPG ever. And I think it's like bigger debut than the original Super Mario RPG in Japan. So I think it's actually the highest one. I will find, someone made a list or something in install base, so I will look at that up in a bit. But yeah, very strong for Mario RPG. I really hope this means that Nintendo will develop, like, continue making new Mario RPGs, and I hope that they just bring back Mario and Luigi. Right, the Mario and Luigi games are just called called Mario and Luigi RPG in Japan. But outside of Japan, they dropped the RPG part. I don't know why. But yeah, I really hope they do. I know there's a whole thing with like Alpha Dream, the developer of those games, went bankrupt and stuff like that because they were still trying to put out 3DS games when the Switch was out, like remakes of like DS games. It didn't make any sense. So they all flopped because nobody cared about the 3DS at that point. So I hope they'll do that, and then they'll also bear in mind they're remaking Paper Mario. or remastering it next year, right? So it's interesting. Like, I think, you know, they being Nintendo are maybe gauging the market for these games. I'm not sure for Mario RPGs. So we'll see. So that's interesting. At number 3 is Super Mario Bros. Wonder. That sold 50.5 thousand, down 22% from last week, which is, you know, still pretty soft. It's doing well. I mean, 50,000 in how many weeks has this game been out? Like a month? How long has this been out? It was like a month, right? And it's now crossed 1 million physical in Japan. So with this week's sales, so good for Super Mario Wonder. Again, I expect this to be a very, very leggy game, because we saw the Mario Wii, what is it called? The Wii U one, Mario New Super Mario Bros. U, I think it's called. Yeah, the deluxe version of that one. Just sold incredibly well and was always in the chart, and I think again that one's dropped. It dropped out, right? Yeah, so I think it's dropped out for the reasons of, you know, people getting Wonder instead as the new game. So yeah, so that's pretty good. The games to keep an eye on with these one will be these, in my opinion, the ones that came out recently. We'll see how they do over the holiday. So another new entry at number 4, Hogwarts Legacy. Obviously not a new game, this is a late port, right? And it says WB Games. I thought Sega was publishing this in the West. Is this WB Games on here? Maybe this is a mistake. I could have sworn Sega's publishing this sorry, not in the West, in Japan. Somebody let me know. This is WB Games here. Regardless, it debuted at 47,000, which is decent considering this is like a super late port. The first release on the PlayStation 5 was, I think, like 67,000, and then the PS4 one, actually I can't remember what the PS4 one was. Let's have a look. I can load up this page. Okay, PS4. I honestly can't remember. Okay, so oh yeah, so it's already debuted higher than the PS4 version, and it's a higher LTD. The last time this game was in the chart, obviously it would have continued to sell outside the chart, but it's below the top 30, so we can't see until we get the, you know, the end of year results, but we won't get that till next year. So it's already more than the PS4 version, which bodes well for, like, I mean, it was a good decision to make the port, obviously, if you're selling that much of a game and charging full price for it when the whole game's not even on the cartridge. From my understanding, the whole game's not on the cartridge, you've got to download half of it. So they cheaped out, so they're making good money on that. So people are like, I saw some people saying, oh, why are they putting like downput inferior version of Hogwarts Legacy on the Switch? Listen, the thing you need to remember, right, these companies are businesses. They are businesses, okay? They are capitalistic companies that want to make money, okay? The Switch has 130 million units sold worldwide, and it has like 30 million in Japan alone. So they want to make money. They don't care about if you don't want to play that. Yes, the version. It doesn't look as good. It looks completely inferior to the PC and PS5 versions. Duh, but there's an audience there that don't have a PlayStation 5 or a PC, right? And they want to play Hogwarts Legacy, and WB makes money. Now, I thought this is no endorsement of this game, by the way. Anytime I mention it and talking about it, there's controversy. I do not agree with the creator of Harry Potter and her pretty repugnant views that she has. Okay, so we're just talking purely in sales. That's just a little disclaimer. I'm only talking about just purely in sales. I don't care. I've never even cared about Harry Potter ever. I've never read any books, never cared about it at all. Okay, I didn't even. I think I watched the first movie and thought, well, these kids can't act for toffee. This is boring. I saw the plot twist coming a mile off. Why are people hyping this up? And then I just never bothered with it again. Okay, and that was like 20 years ago or something, right? So that sold 47,000 on the Switch. And so yeah, I was gonna say, the PS4 version obviously already came. I was a few months back, I think that one came out. I'm just going to check and make sure I didn't miss any comments. I did. J Alpha says the first Momotaro reached 4. Was it 4 million? I didn't. Oh, fine. Okay. Yeah, the thumbnail that I put on there isn't very. I know it's kind of trash. All right. I had a better version that I made for. It was on Discord, but I didn't have time because that was on my laptop and I didn't have time to like transfer that. So you got the crappy one that I made on my tablet. That was actually synced up to my Google photos. So I was able to pull it from there on this thing. Dank Meme Center says, hey from work. Hi Dank Meme Center, welcome. J Alpha, as of now, Momoto no more. Oh really? Okay, J Alpha, I really thought they had released some of them outside. They've never released one any outside Japan. Do you know what? That's even surprising considering that this game, like they set it, it's you go outside of Japan in this game because you're going around the world. So it's like, I have to question Konami's like business practices at this point because they're doing like weirdo stuff with like, I think it's weird to not want to grow that franchise at all. I think it's weird what they're doing with Silent Hill, and the way they're making these games, and you've probably seen like this recent interactive game they've had, which is kind of like apparently like full of microtransactions and stuff, like kind of pay to win type thing. Of course they've given Silent Hill 2 to Blooper Team to remake, which I mean that's going to be interesting because Blooper Team are kind of hit and miss with some of the stuff they do. I know some people are like fans and some people are just not feeling them, so we'll have to see. I think some of the decisions are a little bit weird, and then the recent Metal Gear Solid HD collection was underwhelming for a lot of people. People found issues with it. I know there was issues with the Switch version. They chose not to make it 60 frames, even though the original games, like on the PS1, PS2, whatever, was 60 frames, and it's just kind of weird decisions. And I think overall, even on other platforms, people had some issues with the Metal Gear Solid HD collection. So I think Konami's doing weirdo stuff, to be honest with you, with some of the decisions. And I think one of the things is that they could have grown this. If a game is selling 4 million in Japan alone, why would you not even try to release it outside of Japan? Or or at least if you're not even releasing that one, to gear up this one to be the one that's going to break out worldwide. I don't know, man. To me, it's weird. It's weird. Because it's not like these are like triple A games where they spent like tons and tons of money on it. It'd be super expensive or something like that. It's a board game. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, it doesn't make any sense to me. Let's move on. Let's talk about Persona 5 Tactica. Okay, so that's in at number 5 and number 6. Number 5 is number 5 is a Switch version. That's all almost 27,000. It's 26,794, and the PS5 version is at number 6. That sold 15,713. Now the PS4 version, when we first got the chart, the PS4 version wasn't in the top 10, but when we got the chart, we saw that it was at number 12, with 7,421, which is actually higher than I thought. I thought this was going to sell like 3k. I actually thought the PS4 version was going to sell about 3k because it was tracking so much lower than the other versions, is what I thought would come in at. So it's better than what I thought, but still not that great, right? Obviously, because it wasn't even in the top 10. So it means the total when you add this up is just a smidgen below 50,000, right? Which is important to remember because we can then compare it to previous, more recent Atlus releases, and then previous Persona spin-offs as well. So when you compare it to previous Persona spin-offs, it's like one of the lowest selling spin-offs, other than like I think the dancing games. I believe P3 and 5 dancing, and then they did that. Yeah, they did that whole thing when they released those on at the same time, and then I think they had like a triple pack with Persona 4 dancing as well. Those games kind of bombed. That the original release of Persona 4 dancing and Vita did well, but the other ones, they just all bombed at the time. And then the other thing, so we can compare it with that, and then the next lowest one would be Persona Q2, and that I think it released in 2018 in Japan. I think it was 2018. Actually, let's check. I'm pretty sure it was 2018. Oh my god, I'm not very good at typing. You might realize it's Persona Q2. Or was it like that too? The only thing I don't like about Niche Barrier is that you've got to put the exact thing, otherwise it doesn't show stuff. Okay, so here it is. Yes. So, as you can see here, it's sold, first week was 74,000, which is like, I think it's like half of the previous game, the Q1. So, I mean, it sold less than this. Now, bear in mind that the digital for 3DS wasn't very high. It never had a particularly high digital rate, and this was in 2018. So the digital now is much higher. It's like 30% or something like that in Japan, because they are really like physical heavy in Japan still. So it's kind of like the inverse of in the West, where in the West it's like 70% digital, 30% physical. So yeah, so even with digital, you're still like, it's not that great, because this game was at the end of the 3DS's life on one platform, and then the other one is on 3 platforms and not doing as well. Moreover, and we're going to talk about this because I'm kind of going to deep dive into Persona 5 Tactica from a sales perspective, and what Atlus was thinking with this game, you know, when they were developing it, who were they aiming this, like what's the target audience for the game and so on. Because I feel like with the Persona Q games, I think the audience for it was actually the Etrian Odyssey audience, because anyone who played the games was aware of them. They were almost like Etrian Odyssey, like gameplay with like a Persona skin on it. Now they did it very well actually. Like there was actually like a fully fleshed out story, which was a crossover between characters from different Persona games. But the gameplay was turn based, but it was a dungeon crawler and like map drawing like Etrian Odyssey. So I feel like it was more the Etrian Odyssey or JRPG audience, more than specifically when they had in mind when they're developing those games, this is the Persona audience, because at that time Persona was exclusively on PlayStation. There had never been a mainline Persona game on a Nintendo platform. This was the closest was Persona Q. So even that in itself is odd. Why, you know, this is Atlus and their weirdo decisions. I don't know why you would do this. Why would you put a spin-off to a game and then when there's no access to the main game? Dude, it makes no sense to me, but this is what they did, okay? So I think the target audience was the Etrian Odyssey audience. But with Persona 5T, it's kind of harder to say with what they were thinking with that game, aiming at. Now, because I actually think that they were aiming that game at the Persona 5 audience. I don't think they were necessarily thinking we're gonna aim that at people that like maybe like just tactical RPGs, which they are to an extent, obviously aiming at people that like tactical RPGs. But I actually think they wanted the Persona audience, a Persona 5 audience, and I think that's why they chose to make it Persona 5 rather than what they did with the Q games, which was a crossover between multiple Persona games. This one was like, no, it's only Persona 5. So anyway, that's what I think. So the sales, when we compare it with that, not the best. Digital improves the picture, but it's still not like like a hit in my opinion. And then the other recent game you could compare it to would be Soul Hackers 2, which is a different game with, you can say, with different expectations. But that game underperformed badly, and you know, we know from what Atlus's expectations was that they wanted that to be a third pillar of their company. They said it. We have it. We have their quotes on what they said. We know that that's what they wanted that game to be. Even though people will look at the game and say, "Oh well, no, they didn't expect much of it because look at its low budget and its asset reuse and everything." Yes, there is, because Atlus makes AA games. I know people have got like a warped perception of like how much about their games. They make AA games, right? They might put a little bit more effort into like Persona or mainline SMT, but they're still all AA games. They're not spending God of War Ragnarok money or on these games, okay? They're just not. I know people kind of, I don't know where that's coming from, that people think that. But yeah, so even a game that looks cheap can still be like a game that they consider to be like a quote unquote big game, like Soul Hackers 2. And even if you look at Persona 3 Reload, like, you know, if they've got it running from like what they've shown, like on a powerful machine with a high refresh rate, and there's, you know, it's in 4K, but the game is still, I mean, it's still a AA game. The character models are just, you know, they haven't got like tons and tons of polygons and stuff. The textures and the backgrounds are kind of basic, which is fine. I'm just pointing out that they are not spending like 100 million, 200 million US dollars on their games, right? So yeah, let's have a look at your comments. J Alpha says, my first Persona game was Q2. Their marketing worked because I love Etrian Odyssey. Oh, interesting. Okay, so then yeah, so we have a little anecdote here. J Alpha is an Etrian Odyssey fan. Was interested in Persona Q2. Yeah, so it's interesting, J Alpha, because that game obviously released so late on the 3D. I think it was the last ever physical game that released, because it came out 2019 in the West. So it's interesting that you were still like, that you were actually like aware of that game and like following it to be to be getting that game like when they were marketing with. I don't remember them doing a crazy amount of marketing for that game. I remember it a little bit, and I remember I was like kind of peeved because the special edition it was not available for the European version. So at the time, I could have bought it. I was like, but what's the point of me import? I was like, okay, so I import that special edition from the States, but the 3DS is region locked. So it was region locked. So it meant that I wouldn't be able to play the game that comes with it, and I'd have to buy another copy of the game. And I was kind of miffed because that special edition had a plushie. I think it came with a plushie, and I wanted it, and I was annoyed. I never bought it. If you go to try and go buy that now, you know, obviously it's like crazy prices now. I did buy a physical copy of it, which is still sealed. And when they were closed, because I haven't played it yet, I actually bought it and didn't play it because the main reason is because Q1 was my first Persona, but I didn't even know what Persona was. And it's full of spoilers for the game. So I was like, okay, if I play Q2, it's going to be full of spoilers. So I didn't play it. And I just put it on the shelf, sealed. Now, since then, the price of that game has skyrocketed because the last physical game on the 3DS, and they printed hardly any of them because the game, I don't think it got a second print run. So it's really expensive. So when they were closing the 3DS eShop, some of the Atlus games were going cheap. So I bought a digital copy of it. I ain't opening that. I ain't opening that physical copy. Good lord, it's like worth. It's worth. It was definitely worth over £100. When I saw it, I was like, I ain't opening that. Opening that. So I bought like a cheap digital copy of it at the time when they were. And don't get me started on them. Like, they shouldn't have closed that. They shouldn't have closed the eShop. Don't get me started on that. I'm still annoyed. I'm still annoyed to this day. I'm annoyed now. Solid Python, welcome. Solid Python says, could it potentially be that there's a fatigue with Persona 5 cars at this point, and people want to move on from them already? I do think that's a aspect. Solid Python, yes, I agree. I definitely think that's one of the aspects. I don't think that's the whole story though. I think it's more than just that alone, because as I said in the pre-show, very recently, right, we had the announcement, and I think at least the beta of Persona 5 The Phantom X, which is the mobile game. I think it's been made by Perfect World. It's been made for the Chinese market. And when that game was shown and people saw it with a new protagonist, because Atlus were involved with the character design and stuff like that, although they didn't make the game, people hyped the hell out of that game. I don't know, why are you getting hyped on some goddamn mobile gacha game? People were like, oh yeah, it's Persona 5, it's peak fiction, yes. And I said, but you realize Atlus is not making this game. I don't even know if they've even written the game. So how do you know it's peak quote unquote peak fiction? You know what it is. And people were hyping, and that was recently, Solid Python. So I don't know. And I also said in the pre-show, some people had issues with the art style, because it does have a chibi art style, which is kind of similar to what they did with Persona Q, but they use a different artist and stuff. So they're chibi, but they've got stretched out arms and legs, which is kind of maybe odd and jarring. And I think maybe it's jarring because A, we already had the chibi one, and B, it's not like that. Because I think people did appreciate the chibi art style for the Q games, and I think because it was the 3DS, people are also more forgiving because of the 3DS's limitations with the size of the screen, and the resolution is very, very low. It's like 240p, so you need to have quite bold characters with distinct features, and like big, it helps if they have big faces and stuff like that. So that's what they do for the that's what they did for the games on the 3DS, because you notice, like, when they made the 3DS version of Dragon Quest 11, it was the same thing. They were chibi. They made them chibi. And there's various other games where they're like chibi like that. So yeah, so I think people didn't have as much as a problem, and it had like there was like animated bits as well, and I think they worked well with the art style because it was consistent with all the characters. So I think it was okay, but yeah, people weren't like so keen with the Persona 5T, and I said in the pre-show, I said, okay, so what if they have Persona 5T was the exact same game, but the character models were the character models from Persona 5 and Persona 5 Scramble? What if it they just look like the regular ones? Would the game have been more appealing to people, right? Because it's potentially they could have done that. But they didn't choose to. Would it have been more appealing? I think in a way it would have been, but I think I don't think it would remove the fatigue completely. But yes, people hyped, like, it's just recently, just a few months ago, people hyping up that goddamn mobile game Phantom X. I don't know if people are bored. I mean, you could say it's a different cast, right? It's not the exact same cast as like the main Persona 5 is a new protagonist and stuff like that. But people were hyping it up, so I don't know if this is why, I don't know if people are done with Persona 5. Hang on, where's the thing? Oh God, why does it do this? You don't need to be like telling me, are you watching? Like, this is ridiculous. Why does YouTube do this? It's so annoying. It's like straight annoying. It really is. Okay, I'm just gonna loop this play. Is it looped? How do you know if it's looped or not? Oh no, so I'm gonna loop this playlist until maybe I'll play Final Fantasy VII Li-Fi. Redhead's posting some memes in the Discord, so let's have a look at those. So if you're a member of our Discord, you can you can post like memes and stuff in this chat, because obviously you can't do that on YouTube chat. And so this one, which I'm not going to go into the issues with Neko Power, it's just a number of ethical issues with the premise of that game. Okay, alright. Not going into it again. I'm gonna end up with a hammer. I did like a 9 on 5 hours. It was 3. Wait, it was a long time. It was like 3 hours plus of me just talking about that goddamn Neko Power, trying to explain the premise of that goddamn game. I'm saying it's effed up. The Harry Potter meme. What's this one? Why did you put this one with the chef? With the puppet chef and the fire. That looks hella dangerous, by the way, having that puppet so close to the fire. And this, which is from Persona Q2, like the animation, right? That's it, all the little, you know, animated segments. What you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it, Richard? I learned today that Richard's fraudulent, by the way. I mean, obviously I knew that Richard was fraudulent, but there was now this like concrete evidence of Red Hood's fraudulence, because Red Hood has never played Persona 4, so you know that's how we know. Okay, so here is the woman I was talking about for Persona 5X. Okay, who is she? Well, who's this character? Who's she supposed to be? So this is the visual art of it. She's cool. Okay, so like I don't want to hear people saying, "Oh, Persona 5 and da da da." People were hyping up this game. People were saying, you know, they want this game to be localized and all this stuff. Originally it wasn't even going to be localized for Japan. I think maybe their plans changed, or maybe they might do it for Japan. I don't know if they'll do it for the West, but people were out here begging. So like, I don't know if that's the case. Why are people being so like? And this game it's full of gacha, man. It's full of gacha. It's not just if it was a straight game, I'd understand, but be careful. There's a lot, and I mean a lot of first comments. So I'm not gonna look. I'm just looking at the picture on Discord. Red Hood. I'm just looking at this. I ain't going out here reading no first comments. So yeah, don't worry. We're not getting into that. Yeah, I don't know. Were people thirsty for this character, really? Okay, I'm getting into that nonsense. Yeah. So thank you, Red Hood, for the memes, and you'll have to explain who this is. But yeah, this game's made by Perfect World, man. So I don't know. People saying, "Oh, it's going to be so good," and all of this, and this was just a couple of months ago. What's the date? What's the date on this, by the way? When these were posted, Red Hood. Be very okay. And for the cooking rooms, Atlus cooking for right, yeah. So we had yeah, our new member Gooch earlier said something I was like, oh my god, yes, he's spitting. That when Atlus, I tell you what I think is happening. I think when Atlus were making Persona 5T, they thought they were cooking. So this is what Gooch said. The Gooch phrased it very well, and I agree. They thought they were cooking. That's what they thought, right? They thought, yes, you know, they thought, you know what? Don't stink. This is, you know, people are gonna eat this up. It's Persona 5. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what I thought. I'm gonna quickly like run down some more of these sales. Okay, so I got sidetracked again. Okay, so Persona 5 Tactica, the total sales, and it coming in so low, I think is a severe underperformance. I think this game bombed. I think this is a bomb, and it's not a situation that's unique to Japan, because we can even look for example, look on Steam. So this is the Persona 5 Tactica on Steam, okay, and it released obviously like a week ago, right? So its peak concurrent players is 4,344. Yeah, I don't know that Atlus made this game thinking that was going to like be the amount of players. And I also did check out at the time the a week ago, right? It's like a week or two ago. I was looking at the pre-orders on Amazon Japan. I also looked at the PSN store. I looked at the US store. I looked at the US store and the Japanese store. It was higher on the Japanese store, but on the PSN US store it was really low, and on the eShop Oh boy, it wasn't in the top 50 anywhere in the world. In the couple of days leading up to the release of, yeah, no eShop in the world, it was in the top 50, right? Which is, but then the other thing is, like, we can see from the physical sales that it sold better on Switch, which is, you think, okay, so it wasn't in the top 50 anywhere. Well, what's the reason for that? I think because it's honestly releasing so close to Mario RPG and people being way more interested in that, honestly. And the way that Atlus has handled the Persona franchise with regards to putting it on Nintendo systems also didn't help. So you'd think people would be really interested in this game. Joker's in Smash. Eventually they did put his game on Switch, like, but way after, which makes no sense to me in terms of, like, I know what's going on, you know, in terms of like marketing and stuff like that. It doesn't make any sense to me. But no, I don't think Atlus made this game with their strongest brand, which Persona 5 is their strongest franchise, their strongest brand, and thought that it's going to do less than 5,000 peak concurrent players on Steam. I do not think that's what they thought. I was like, oh yeah, it's only going to do that much. Nah, I don't think so. We're gonna go. I'm gonna circle back to Persona 5 Tactica, okay? I talk about it a bit more. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm not showing the right screen. Oh, it doesn't matter because I didn't have anything on the screen. Let me change the screen. Or did I already change it? I don't know. This is why I need two screens. Do you know what I'm going to do? It's Black Friday sale, so I'm going to buy a second screen. J Alpha said, I had a newsletter for Atlus Games. The last... Oh, is that how you knew about the... What do we call it? The Persona Q2. The last few years of the 3DS had some of the best Atlus games. It did. It did. Those days are gone. They've ditched all of that. They've ditched all the SMT spin-offs. All gone. It's all Persona now. With heavy rumours, and I think it's true, about this Persona party game, which I think is going to bomb as well. I'll be honest with you. Unless it have to be something really special for it not to bomb. In my opinion, it has to be like really special and hype for it not to bomb. Mousy said Persona Q2 did get a second print by VGX or where. Oh, interesting. So it got a second print via that shop. Yeah, I've heard that some stores can do that, right? They can request reprint. Oh, that's cool. I think maybe I do remember that or something about VGX. But I remember looking at a site or something, and I think the import was. I think that the cost of importing it was kind of prohibitive, or it wasn't worth it to me for what they were selling at the time. So I think there was some offers and some other stuff I was looking at, and I was like, yeah, I don't think this is gonna work out in terms of like me importing that and stuff. So I didn't do it. Everyone, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe if you are not already subscribed. Let's get more people in here talking about these niche nerdy sales news and Atlus's fraudulence, which is a recurring topic. Solid Python says Dragon Quest Monsters 3 comes out next month, and both its SKUs are already in the top 30 on the Japanese eShop 7 and 24, while P5T is number 30. I'm surprised it even managed to get up to number 30. So yeah, but at pre-order time it wasn't, so it jumped up to number 30, which is still bad, right? That's bad. Thank you for that info. Dragon Quest Monsters is going to do very well, I think, mainly because there hasn't been like a true Dragon Quest Monsters game for quite a while. People weren't very hot on treasures, so I hope Square Enix has done a better job of this game, because people just did not care for Dragon Quest treasures, and that kind of flopped. And then you had The Adventures of Die recently, which hella flopped. So Square Enix is like all over the place with like these Dragon Quest games not doing so well or not being received so well. So let's hope they have done better than this. Yeah, JF there's a chance that it hits 3 million. Not 3 million. No, Square Enix wishes 300,000 at launch. Obviously, JF is referring to Japanese launch, I assume. Yeah, so we'll have to see. Like, yeah, Square Enix wants 3 million. I don't think they're gonna get 3 million for Dragon Quest Monsters, but Okay, so next we had at number 7, Like a Dragon Gaiden, the PS4 version sold 11.5 thousand. At number 8 we had WarioWare Move It, that sold an additional 10,000. Number 9, we can talk about this. So this is the Switch version of Naruto Cross Boruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections, which is not a completely new game. Alright, it sold 9,000 on the Switch. At the time we first saw that, we didn't have the PlayStation sales. We do have them now, so I will go over the PlayStation sales here. Well, I think it was on PS4, but I'll check in a sec. But there's no PS4 version in the chart. We see PS5, and that the PS5 version is at number 21. It sold 4,279. Now I think there was a, let's check. Was there a PS4 version? I assume there was. Okay, so there was a PS4 version, but it didn't chart. I assume there was, because obviously the game is an older game that would have been on PS4, so why not have it on PS4? So anyway, that version didn't chart. Which, you know, I kind of, some releases, they just, you know, they don't chart. PS4 versions, for some smaller releases or games that have low expectations. The only types of PS5 versions are selling more in Japan now in general, but like we have seen like a trend where not a trend, sorry, we saw a game recently like Like a Dragon Gaiden, where the PS4 version sold almost as much as the PS5. It was almost 50-50. The PS5 version was like 3,000 more or something like that. Which I don't know why for that franchise in particular it's like that, but it seems like the audience hasn't, a lot of the audience hasn't transferred over to PS5 yet. I kind of think maybe some of the reason for that is because the Yakuza or the Like a Dragon games are not very demanding and not that, you know, graphically amazing or anything like that. So maybe that audience just doesn't feel the need to get a PlayStation 5 when there's not going to be really much, that crazy amount of difference, or that they think there's not going to be amount. There's always going to be a difference, but they think it's not worth it. It's the only thing I can assume. And why there's still so many audience on the PS4 when other games we've seen people move on. I don't know why. That's my speculation. I really don't know. I don't know why. Red Hood says, okay, the bottom tweet is from the 17th of August and the tweet above is from the 25th of October this year. Okay, so that one being from the 25th recently, it has 7,000 likes on it. So people are hyping up this mobile game, which again is Persona 5. Yes, the cast is different. I think the older characters guessed in it, right? The cast is a bit different, but people will still, it's still a Persona. It's not like a new just Persona spin-off or new game. They specifically made it Persona 5, right? And people are hyping the hell out of that game. So yeah, I don't know. Is it? Anyway, so this other, what's this new release here? I have no idea what this is. An Indie Creates game. Johanna the Paraline Blaze in the deep blue. I've no idea what that is. It's an Indie Creates game number 13. Sold almost 7,000. And then yeah, so the other Naruto game is at PS5 version is at number 21, and then there's one other new release, which is Eiga Sumiko Gurashi, which is this kind of strange franchise about these little creatures that it's like something living in the corner or something like that. But anyway, the sales weren't great, and it's got like a completely full green bar when we see on Famitsu. But I think it's one of those games where they don't sell a lot at launch, because they keep making these Sumiko Gurashi games. Like, this isn't the first one, they made multiple of them, so they must be doing well enough for them to keep making them, basically. So Naruto to Boruto, selling a total of, what's the other one sold? So yeah, so it's like, okay, it's like 13,000 or something, right? Very low. Kike did want to talk about the sales being, Kike's not here to talk right now about the sales being so low. I in my opinion, like, I don't know how Bandai Namco could have extremely high or really high expectations. I mean, the expectations were probably higher than this. I'll say that. The expectations were higher than what we're seeing here, because this is like atrocious. But the thing is that even though they might have added some new content, apparently it's not that much. In the West, people are not happy with the dub. I don't think that issue is present in the Japanese voice acting. I don't think they have that issue, but the dub quality, I've seen a clip that it's not good, so I don't think this game would have done that well in the West either. And it's just like these Naruto games, these Ultimate Ninja Storm games, they've done well, but they've been around for years, and now you can get them very cheaply on the digital storefronts. You can get them very cheaply. So it's like, so why would anyone buy this even though they've put some new content in it? It's like, come on, like, make a new Naruto game, make a new one. And maybe that a new one is being made and it's just they've put this as a bridging thing. I don't know, because when was the last the last brand new Naruto game? Wasn't it like wasn't it almost like a battle royale or something? Wasn't it like some live service thing or online game? Wasn't that the last brand new Naruto game? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like there was one a few years back. But yeah, I think it's time for a new one. And, you know, this game not doing well is not surprising to me. I didn't think it was going to do well. I think the issue is like the price and just the lack of new content. And, you know, I think obviously Naruto is very popular, remains popular. I think they're still making like the Boruto anime. I think that one's still being made. So someone correct me if I don't know. I don't watch Naruto, so someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not really sure. But I know it remains perpetually popular. So there's no issue with the popularity, right? So sometimes you can have something that's really popular or the character that's really popular, but like then you see, okay, well the games or something is not doing as well as we would think. Why is that? So we had this issue in relation to specifically the Japanese market. So this came up with the recent Spider-Man 2 and came up with the original release of the Demon Slayer game, which was basically like a reskin of Ultimate Ninja Storm, but anyway, whatever. So Spider-Man is like popular in Japan, but obviously popular worldwide, but probably the most popular like American superhero in Japan. But the game Spider-Man 2, it's not like selling, you know, like 300,000 at launch or something like that. So it sold less than the first Spider-Man game, and I think the reason for that is just, you know, that it's a PlayStation 5 exclusive and PlayStation 5 software is not doing well in Japan. So, you know, I think that's part of it, and it's just like a lack of appeal as well. So like, for example, right, so I think like, let's say they made a Spider-Man game, but a Miles Morales game, and imagine it looked like the Miles Morales movies. So the movies that Sony Pictures Animations made, the recent ones. If they made games that looked like that, they would sell better in Japan, in my opinion. If they looked like that, they would sell better in Japan. Obviously, you know, if it was also on a more popular platform, it'd sell better. I mean, even if it was on, I know eventually Sony puts their games on PC, but it's not at launch, right? So it would have done better with a PC release too. But yeah, I think if the art style was different and stuff like that, and you know, PS5 software not doing so well is part of the reason. Now if Keycare comes in, we'll circle back and talk about Naruto some more. But yeah, so, and with the Demon Slayer game, now at the time, the Demon Slayer, because I think what happened, Demon Slayer just blew up, right? It just blew up. Obviously the manga had been around for a long time, not crazy long, but it'd been around for a while, right? And then they made the anime, did a pretty good job of converting it into animated form. The production was pretty good, and it blew up, right? So they're like, oh, I'm trying to swear this goddamn show. They're like, oh, quick, emergency anime game button. Someone at Aniplex or whatever hit the emergency the emergency anime arena fighter game button, right? And they decided, right, we need to make arena fighter quick. Cyber Connect 2, go. I think that's what happened. Okay? I think that's what happened. So it's like, quick, Ultimate Ninja Storm, let's get that. Quick, let's grab that. I would have the goddamn assets and everything. Aniplex, right? Because it was obviously Aniplex that you know, commissioned the game, and I think they published it in Japan, but outside Japan it was published by Sega, right? And like for the anime, right? So although it is like 2D, there are 3D parts of the game, of the anime. You can see sometimes it like goes into like some of the things are 3D, right? When they're doing like certain action shots and things like that, you can see it's 3D. They're using 3D assets in that. So I think, okay, they maybe some of that they was able to utilize in the game, which helped them to make it faster. The game is, you know, it's not a badly made game. It's very decently made. It looks very good. The character models and everything they've got, they look exactly one for one match with the anime, which is why I think that, you know, obviously it's working directly with Aniplex, so yeah, like maybe that's how they're able to get it looking so good. So it looked very good, but it was Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm. It is, okay? It is what it is. It's like exactly like those games, okay? So that's what they did. Instead of like making something like more ambitious or original, even if you look at that recent, okay, yeah, another case is that One Piece game. So I forgot about that One Piece. There's a similar situation with that. So they did it, right? But what did they do? At the time, the game released on everything excluding Switch. So that didn't, in the Japanese market, that didn't work out. So that game didn't do anywhere near as it could have done. And that game was riding on red hot. Literally the Hinokami flames. It was riding on red hot Hinokami flames, right? The red hot flames, right? And it didn't do as well as it could have done, right? So it was like, whoa, okay, this game should be selling like hundreds of thousands. Like, I can't remember where it launched at, but it was like kind of underwhelming. And yeah, and I think that it probably reflected worldwide as well, and that game didn't do as well as it could have done. So what happened? They was like, oh, quick, hit the emergency port the switch button. That's what happened. So someone was like, go, and they made a port for Switch. They made a Switch version, and the Switch version so basically pretty much the same as like the PS4 and PS5 version. Don't forget, in Japan, even though the game is on Xbox is so minuscule and so like a fraction, and nobody knows that Xbox exists. So if you have a game like that, you put it on PlayStation, it's perceived as a PlayStation exclusive because people just don't know. They literally don't know. When you go into the stores, even though the game is on Xbox, right, there's no physical version of the game. So if there's no physical version of the game, you go into the stores, right, you can't see that it's on Xbox at all, right? And then the posters and the in-store marketing they make, they don't put Xbox on it for when it's in the stores because there's no physical version there. So if they put Xbox on it, people look around, well, where's this Xbox version, right? So they only put PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. People thought it was a PlayStation exclusive in Japan. That's what happens. It's how it's put. It's understandable in the way it's advertised like that. So people are like, oh, okay, I won't bother with that game. That's just literally, that's what I think happens. People are like, oh, I just go, oh, yeah, I won't bother with it. Yeah, they don't bother to go and look and go and see it. I mean, the game was on PC as well, but you know, you can't have crazy high expectations for, you know, an arena fighter on PC, right? So they had to make a Switch version. But by the time they did that Switch version, although the Switch version did decently, like, the Demon Slayer hype was still there, but you know, it was past the, I think it was past the point when the movie came, I can't remember when it came out. I think it missed that window of when the anime was actually airing and when that movie actually came out. I think it missed the window. So yeah, there's a similar thing, One Piece Odyssey. At a time One Piece Odyssey came out, One Piece is, again, perpetually popular, but there was a recent One Piece movie, right, that came out. I think it's called One Piece Red. And then there was also anniversary celebrations for One Piece. I think it was maybe like 20 or 25 years or something. I can't remember. It was like, you know, one of those milestone anniversaries. And considering all of that, the game didn't do as well as it could have done. Again, there was no Switch version. I'm talking about the Japanese market, by the way. There was no Switch version, so it was just like, won't bother with that. And again, it's a game that's perceived as a PlayStation exclusive, and people just don't care like that. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. Oh my god, Vinny Mac, did you ping me? You didn't ping me. Vinny Mac's in the waiting room. Vinny Mac, I'll bring you in a sec. Well, I know. No, yo, thanks for pinging me now. Did he just go in there? Did he just go in? Did he just go in there? Or has he been waiting for a while? Vinny Mac, sorry about that. If you have been waiting for a while, I'll bring you in. I just want to finish up talking about the... I'm just going to go over the hardware sales and quickly look at these comments that I'm getting. He just got in. Okay, thank you very much, Mousy. Yeah, Mousy also said... Okay, people... No, sorry, we told people were simping for Merope. Who is that? I don't even know who that is. They were simping for someone. Okay, listen, I don't care about people simping about goddamn Persona X character, Persona Phantom X, goddamn characters, goddamn mobile gacha game character. I don't care. Reddit. I don't care. Right? All I'm saying is that people, you're saying people simping. People were hyping up that game, and it was just like, this is recently. That's a couple of months ago. So please tell me, well, people are hyping up a mobile goddamn gacha game. If nobody wants Persona 5 anymore, why was that happening? Somebody explain it to me. I know it's a different cast, but it's still Persona 5. Okay. Who knows really? Kike says, I know. I'll talk when the movie ends. What, are you watching the movie? No, it's not a new game. It's yeah. Maybe Kike will come and explain it. It's not the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storms isn't a completely new game. It's like a compilation of content from the older games, plus a little bit of new content. So it's not a completely new game. No. Kike says it is. It isn't. Kike, please pardon me the evidence that it's a new game. It's not a new game. Why do you say it's a new game? It's a new game in terms of a new SKU, but it's not like a brand new game that they've made. It's like, oh my god, Kike, you have to come and explain what you mean. J2 put a meme of Forrest Gump and it's Aniplex running to. Let me show that. I don't put that one on screen. I don't have it on screen, do I? I turned it off. Oh my god, I gotta try to do this. Yeah. So, oh my god, this is. It's so hard trying to manage this on one screen. Yeah, it's a Forrest Gump gif. It says it's Aniplex running to CyberConnect 2 to capitalize on the Demon Slayer successor of a Switch port. That's what happened. That Switch port came out so fast. It was within like about 9 months of the release of the game. I think it was within like it was under a year definitely. So in order for that to happen, like a port, depending on what you're doing, can take like 6 months to a year. Think about that. that how long a port takes. It's not just like a couple of weeks or something, it's like months. So in order for that game to be on the Switch within like it was something like 9 months. Someone can correct me on that or give me the info. It was less than a year. That means they must have started working on it immediately, literally. Redwood posted. Oh, okay, so this is the new attendant for the Velvet Room. Okay, so people are simping for this character, and I know. And that's the other thing that's weird, right? But it doesn't make any sense. They made this game for the Chinese market, right? Remember, Chinese market. She's speaking in Japanese. She's speaking in Japanese, and they have Chinese subtitles here, which is on the original video. And somebody's put in English subtitles. They've translated it over the top. So even though the game was originally for the Chinese market, they did all the voiceovers with Japanese voice actors. I guess because they wanted to keep it consistent with the other Persona games, which I don't know. Maybe they didn't have Chinese voice acting for that, and it was probably the other thing is maybe it being cheaper. It probably was cheaper to hire local actors and actors they'd already used for the main games locally in Japan, and then just like send the files over to what do we call it, Perfect World. Maybe it was that. I don't know what the reason is, but you know, she's speaking in Japanese as well. What the hell? Okay, so I know that Atlus mega fan archivist, what's his name? Oh god. LaRue was not happy about the new attendant because she does not have yellow eyes. And I think all the other ones had yellow eyes and she doesn't. And I remember him not being happy about that. Or like, I don't know if he wasn't happy. It was like, he was not unhappy, but just a little bit, oh no, they broke the tradition type thing. Which is understandable. I don't know why the other characters are yellow eyes and she I don't know. I do not know, but she does not have yellow eyes. And all the other ones do. I don't know. Okay. Richard says, here you go, Jodie. Those simps are the reason why P5X is popular, at least what I've seen. That's correct, Jodie. What is this meme for? I'm fine. Yeah. So people are hyping up. So I don't want to hear about, oh no, people don't want Persona 5 at all. People hyping up this goddamn mobile game, right? So there's that. Now let's quickly talk about this hardware sales quickly. So I'm looking at the wrong screen, obviously, because I dumb. Okay, so the hardware sales. Here we go. So the Switch was 555,000 to be exact. And the reason I'm being exact is because last week it was 65,783. So almost the same, right? Not really much change. I saw some people comment like, okay, so a couple of releases came out that sold, 300,000, 600,000 right there. Why are the hardware sales not like higher, like in the 100,000 or something like that? And honestly, I think the Switch is goddamn 7 years old, man. It's like, it's a surprise it's even selling this much, right? This is like if you had a dog that was like 25, and people saying, why is your dog not running around catching a frisbee, man? Why is your dog not running around catching a frisbee? You're like, oh my god, dogs don't normally live to like 25. They died before 20, man. Like, it's lucky that this dog's even alive, man. So like, people saying the Switch is like, dude, it's 7 years old. And you would expect like the DS, by this point in the DS life, the DS had dropped off. The DS was like dying. And by the time at the same point in its life, and the DS was the best at this time of me speaking, is the best selling console in Japan. Is a DS, which I think it sold like 31 or 32. I mean, it's 32,000. So the Switch is gonna pass it like I think like next year. I think next year it's gonna pass it. Once you got past all the holiday period and everything, I think it will pass. It's gonna pass the DS, right? But the reason why it's able to pass the DS is because when you have a direct comparison with the DS, now people make graphs and things. I'll have to find one. I think there's one on the install base. Like the DS had like flatlined by this point, so that's why the Switch is just going, catching up. And it probably would have been higher if there had been like a Pokemon this year, but there wasn't a new Pokemon release, so it's just DLC. I know that I'm probably missing like comments on the YouTube channel, so sorry about that. Solid Python says the Dimensions Die felt like a bootleg Dragon Quest game. It came and went so fast. Yeah, and the irony was is that I think they wanted that game to be big, but yeah, they missed the window of the anime and all sorts of nonsense they did with that game. Mouse says it's GS from Canada. Oh yeah, for that store. J2 Blue, what up? Hi, welcome. Mouse says complete. It's not complete. Why are they saying that? Naruto Strikers? No, what's Naruto Ultimate Storm? It's not new. Why do you keep saying it's new? Yeah, the game is new. Like, it's a new release. It's not a re-release of a game. It's a completely new release, and they've like remade the games. Not remade, but like yeah, like so the Python says it's content. 90% content from the previous. I think it's 3 or 4 of these games that they released. There's barely anything in new. It could have been DLC for the last game. So the Python. I should maybe it's played the games. I don't know. Mousie's gonna be perpetually confused. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storms connections. Oh my gosh. Kika says it's a new. Oh my gosh. Kika, are you trying to wind Mousy up? Is that what you're? Are you trying to wind her up? You know it's not a completely new game, Kika. Why do you keep saying that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Streamlabs, if you want to call into the show, yeah, Vinny Mac, I'll get you in a sec. Follow the link in the chat if you want to call in. Okay, yeah, Mousy Kicker's winding you up. He's just admitted it. Okay, so oh god, what's this? Okay, so PlayStation 5 sold 62,912. Now, if you remember, the situation with the PlayStation 5 is that it was the old model was discontinued, and Sony didn't send more of the old model to Japan for, there was like a period of like 3, 4, maybe 4 weeks when there wasn't stock. The stock had run out. Now there's still some of the old model we could see from sales were in the West, but I think they had mostly stopped sending them to Japan. So there was like around 3-4 weeks where the sales dropped very, very, very low for PlayStation 5 because Sony was releasing the new model, the PlayStation 5 Slim. I know it's not officially called that, but you know, it's a Slim, let's face it, it's a Slim. Yes, they were releasing this new model, and also in Japan there's been a very significant price increase, more significant than other parts of the world. So I think Sony were very keen on selling that new model with the increased price. So I think that's why supply dried up faster than other places in the world. So it was 107,000 last week, or almost 108,000, and this week it was almost like 63,000. So some people were thought that it would stay higher for longer. So it's like, okay, so if the supply has been dropped off for that, supply has been what's the word, dried up for that long, that the pent up demand would be more, right? That you'd have more pent up demand. But it's like, if you do the maths on it, it didn't quite work out like that. Although it's like a decent amount, it didn't quite work out like that. So the sales dropping down this week, and I can, you know, some people follow the sales very closely, were expecting it to drop, not to stay up at 100,000 like that, it to drop down. That was my expectation, but some people didn't think that maybe, or somebody, you know, and there was people in the sales community that thought, oh, you know, maybe it'd be a bit higher and stuff like that. I'm not surprised this dropped. I think, you know, this was expected. I don't know what it will settle at in terms of baseline with the new model. That's yet to be seen. But previously, for the PlayStation 5 original, and the FAT, they call it the FAT with a PH, of course, but the PlayStation 5 FAT, that's the one I have. It was selling in the region of like 40,000 a week. So we have to wait and see if it settles at that 40,000, or if it's lower or higher. Not sure yet. I've got a feeling it's going to settle at the same amount, around the same amount. But we'd have to wait and see, because we've got the holiday period to go through, which obviously there's going to be increased sales for everything, because everything goes up during the holidays. And then the Xbox Series consoles was 3,126. A bit up on last week. But, I mean, you know, this is Xbox in Japan, so it's never going to be crazy. PlayStation 4 sold 646, like half of last week. PlayStation 4, maybe the PlayStation 4s are now finally starting to, you know, disappear. They've been, they still around for what? Because I think Sony, during what was happening with the pandemic, they mainly made. There was like one last batch of them that were made, or maybe they had them in warehouses or something. But then they started being more PlayStation 4s in their chart in Japan anyway. So maybe it's that. But yeah, not as many PlayStation 4s, but you know, PlayStation 5 is freely available now. So I think, you know, I don't know why anyone is buying a brand new PlayStation 4 in 2023. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. The other thing that I can't understand is why Famitsu is still tracking the goddamn 3DS. It's dead. Let it die. Famitsu. It's selling double digits. Why are you still tracking it? I don't understand why they're still tracking it. The 3DS sold 22. Why are you still tracking it, Famitsu? I don't understand. Somebody make this make sense. Kika said his movie is finished. Let's bring in Vinnie Mac. Vinnie Mac, I'm glad you're here. And Vinnie Mac, I really hope this week you are coming in to defend Atlus. Because every week you say you're going to defend Atlus and then you don't. Right? I want some goddamn Atlus fans to come in here and defend this fraudulent company. So I really hope you're coming in to do that. Let's see. Vinnie Mac. Oh, Kika just joined. Well, let's bring Vinnie Mac in first. Vinnie Mac, welcome. As always. Vinnie Mac, are you there? I think Vinnie Mac is having some.
Everyone, happy post-Thanksgiving for those in the States, and for those out of state, happy Good Friday to you.
Well, we can say happy Femboy Friday, because as you know, every Friday is Femboy Friday over on our server. Although I didn't really do it this week because there's been a whole bunch of new people and I didn't want to scare them off.
No, I also think we got Kike in the waiting room as well, so I don't know if you want to bring him on too, so all of us can chit chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring Kike in. I wanted to see though, if you are coming here to defend Atlus, Vinnie Mac, because everywhere you hit,
I do have, because I currently have some thoughts regarding Persona 5 Tactics. I'm actually playing the game right now. I think it's a good game. I do have some thoughts on it as I'm playing it, and just depending on when the game was made and when it was released versus when all the pre-production plan and all that stuff. And the fact that Persona 5 is their most popular Atlus IP as of now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they were chasing the Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle style. they saw how successful that was out the gate. This game does give me the impression that it was kind of made with the Switch in mind. So the Switch in mind, and PlayStation, of course, Xbox coming with their bag. But with the way the game plays, with the way the gameplay mechanics, the guns, the dodging system, I wouldn't be surprised if they were chasing after Kingdom Battle. I believe Kingdom Battle came out in 2017, and didn't pre-production start in 2017 or 2016, something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they saw this, it came out, and they just decided to go forward with it. But outside of that, I have no problems with the game. I did want to answer one quick question from Mousy. I know she had a couple of questions regarding the new Naruto games.
Sure.
So on the PlayStation 4, you have Road to Boruto, which is
Mousy. I'll bring you in a sec.
Which is the first 4 Storm games, Storms 1, 2, 3, and 4, all on one disc with a side story that kind of ties into the Boruto movie. What this is supposed to be a Kai version, and for anybody that doesn't know what that means, I'm using the Dragon Ball Kai series. You can just think of that as an abridged series. So instead of having 4 separate games on the disc, you have one game that encompasses all the major fights with some rebalancing and all that. In terms of story mode, there is a unique Boruto story mode, but this is really almost a definitive edition. I know we like to toss that word about as of late, but this is almost a definitive edition to get all the characters into one base game for that competitive gameplay. So if you're only playing it for the story content, you are going to get an abridged Kai reduced version of Storms 1 through 4. So all the way from the Naruto saga all the way to the Kaguya saga, or versus Sasuke saga. And there is a unique made for the game story mode starring Boruto. So if you are a Naruto fan, just get Road to Boruto and just wait for a price drop. But if you want to have one game that has all the characters from Storm 2, Storm 3, Storm 4, Storm Generations, I feel like I'm missing one more game in between that. But if you're looking for all the characters from all the Storm game, this is supposed to be that definitive, all the fighters are all here. Everyone's here. But for those one-player characters, you do have an abridged version of Storm 1 through 4, and then you have the unique story mode starring Boruto and his story. So that's what Connection is. So it is a new game. It's not a new game. You can consider it as a definitive edition, but an abridged version as well. So
thank you.
Just so you have what's going on with that.
Thank you for that very, very concise explanation. That does make sense that you say it's a definitive version with a little bit of extra content, something like that, right?
Right. Because they have to add new content for those like me who are going to buy the game. So if you want a single player content, why are you buying this game? Here's the single player content. So they have to get that. There's also 10 new characters from the Boruto arcs. So you have 10 new characters. But you also have all the characters from Storm 1 through 4 plus Storm Generation. So you have all those characters there. So I believe in total you have 130 characters. Of course, you just have some reading skins and some powered up versions of the same character, but you have 130 characters you can choose from.
Whoa,
so, and that's accompanying all the Storm games in one game.
Okay, thank you. That explains a lot. But Vinnie Mac, we have a full house. We have Mousy, Kika, and Red Hood. So let's bring them all in. We're just gonna have a party up in here. Bring everyone in. Welcome, Mousy, Kika, Red Hood. Hello. Mousy, it says you're on Atlus. Oh my god, that's amazing. It's got like an Xbox symbol there. So, are you on Xbox? There's like a little Xbox symbol there. Wow.
It should be on my Xbox, yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know you could do that. That's really cool. Yeah, she shows it you're on Xbox.
Hello.
Hello, Kika. Welcome,
I'm
everyone.
actually home, so...
Happy Black Friday, y'all.
Black Friday, yes! I need to take advantage of Black Friday and buy a second screen for my... See if I can get a cheap second screen.
This is not like old Black Friday. You can't go to the stores and actually fight with people. I miss it. I miss having to get physical.
I hated that. I've done that. I went to like a really big shopping mall a few years back. On Black Friday, oh my god, on Black Friday, that was a big mistake. I went to like a really, really huge shopping mall in London called Westfield, which if people live in, Jago's not here. Jago, if you listen to even if you listen back to this, you know Westfield. And Jago, no, it's not that crowded. Yes, it was, Jago. It was. You wasn't there. You wasn't there. I don't even know if you was born yet. Was you born? 2019? I'm joking. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not doing that again. I do it all online now. It's crazy. But thank you everybody for being here. I know it's like a holiday in the United States, so I hope you're all having a great post Thanksgiving Black Friday. Red Hood is posting Neko Power memes. Red Hood! Yeah. Sorry to God, No. Don't get me talking about that game. Oh my God. Do not get me talking about that game again. I swear.
New members for the Discord.
Right, well, I guess it's better. I guess it's better than posting Sonic. Well, there's that. So.
Wait, post Sonic? All right.
We're not. No. We're not talking about Sonic. Especially not in Sonic music is banned in the server, so I'm not posting that. Don't listen to Jago, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Actually, It's not banned in the tavern.
That is a loophole. You all discovered that loophole. You put it on the goddamn. It's on the goddamn VOD now, Mousy. Why did you do that, Mousy? You're supposed to be on my side. You're my right hand woman. Why did you do that?
Because it's Sonic music.
Oh my God, that meme's so funny.
So, I don't actually have a lot of time to be on.
Okay. So, Kike, you go
in.
first and talk about Ultimate Ninja Storm. That since it was your talk of it.
Please.
Okay. I don't know how much you talked because I was in the movie, so I don't know what was covered, what was not.
Well, basically, Vinnie Mac just explained what the game was in terms of content.
Okay.
Right.
So everybody's clear that it's technically a new game. It's a new game. It's like
that's not what Vinnie.
New game.
Okay. Well, Vinnie Mac described it as like a definitive edition with all the characters and stuff.
I mean, I guess. Here's the thing. Here's what I want to talk about. Since what I want to add, Bandai's marketing stinks because when the debut trailer came out, they said, relive the old games again. That's what the trailer said, and then they said, and new characters. That's what the game said, and everybody's like, oh, is it like a compilation? And it's like, no, it's a new game. They didn't talk about the new content until like a magazine scan came out. They didn't say about the Boruto story, which is technically the new content of the game, until like way later and in a magazine.
So they wasn't clear about it, basically.
And then when they did a trailer for the Boruto story, it wasn't in a PlayStation showcase. It wasn't like in a Nintendo Direct or Xbox. No. They released it on their YouTube channel. It's like, oh, hey, here's a sneak peek of our brand new story mode. And I'm like, why are you guys not talking about the new thing? Because it's technically a new game. Like, there's new stuff in it. But you guys are just talking about the old stuff that's in it.
Yeah,
So
I think the way that Vinny described it was really helpful, and I do think that they miss actually saying that it's like, okay, you're going to be able to play all these characters finally in one game. Like, that to me should have been in the marketing in some way, instead of like, oh, relive the old game. So that makes you think you're buying this and you would be playing 3 or 4 games and not
because it's not like so there's a compilation already on the Switch where you're just like, oh, which one do you want to play? 1, 2, 3. It's not that.
Yeah.
It's not that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought it was based on the marketing, is that it was like that one where there's like, and he explained that too, the Road to Boruto. There's like all those games, and I'm like, okay, no, it's all of them smushed into one. It's like Mortal Kombat. What is it? Mortal Kombat 3 Ultimate.
Oh, it's like Smash Ultimate.
Oh, okay. You're saying it's like Smash Ultimate, which is a new game but with all the old characters.
Yeah,
and new ones as well.
Everyone from the game is there. Every stage, every character. Some of the boss battles from the old games are in a story mode in this, but there is a new story mode. And Bandai, for whatever reason, did not want to highlight that. Like, they the stuff that they highlighted were the new characters and relive the old like boss battles. They did not want to talk about the Boruto story.
Okay, so they've put the entire Boruto story in the game, and
No, it's a new story. It's a story made for the game.
Oh, okay. So it's not even It's not even from the anime or the manga. It's like a new. Okay, so they actually made a new story. So they did put some more effort than I thought into it then.
Because
they compared to the Storm series. The Storm series' claim to fame was that the anime was always way behind in terms of what it was at and with filler. What the Storm game did was it brought the fan base up to where the manga was. So if you could not keep up with the manga, all you had to do was play the Storm games, and it brought you up to the movie. Because this Boruto storyline isn't really based on anything, I don't know if they want to push that, since they know that a lot of people are interested in the gameplay in manga form, manga in gameplay form, however you want to say that. So because it is in a unique story, I don't know if there's anything for the fan base to tie it back to. Because I do hear, even with the unique story, it is a little lacking, but it is a unique story for this game.
So the Storm games were usually like, they wanted to make one every year, so they made a number game, and then they made like an in-between game. So there was 2, then Generations, 3, Revolution, and then 4. And then this is Connections. So if I had to guess, if they wanted to do Boruto, then that would be 5. Like technically that would be considered Storm 5, if I were to take a guess.
Well, based off the way the characters look, they definitely have most of the up-to-date stuff that's going on in Boruto.
Yes, so that's the new character. That's the new characters that are playable are the ones that we're like they are in the manga and the anime. And some old Naruto characters that were never playable before. So.
Oh, who?
This is gonna get into a spoiler. Spoilers. The 2 brothers, the 2 old brothers, were never playable. And now they are. If you know, you know. Yeah. If you know, you know.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
and
I know what you're talking about.
There's a gang out there too. That there's a new big bad gang that's also playable too. I think 4 new villain characters.
But they're completely new though.
Those are the Boruto characters. No, those are from the manga. The weird thing is that they're from that one group in the manga. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Who the new characters are? Yes. None of the
ones I knew.
None of the characters from the original story are playable in this game, which is weird. Like they have the models, just put them in.
Oh really?
Yeah. Even one of the what was it? I think it was Revolution. The filler story mode in that was about a Mecha Naruto, and Mecha Naruto is playable, and he's playable still. He's still playable.
Yeah. So in Revolution, right? Kike, forgive me on that. I'm kind of I am misremembering Generations and Revolution because they both are kind of filler games. But they did have like an anniversary 2-part episode starring Mecha Naruto, and then they also put him in the game. So
Mecha Naruto, what the heck?
Yeah, it was a Naruto thing when they wanted to sort of make him an item. So I think they had like a 2-part episode starring Mecha Naruto as well. So it was a weird sort of anniversary style special.
I am not a Naruto fan, and I have no idea what any of you are talking about right now.
The thing is, if you count all of that plus what you're up to Boruto, you would be. I mean, at this point, you really can't get caught up.
It's okay, Jody. I don't know Naruto lore either.
I need to get into Naruto. It's just like thousands of episodes. Okay, I will watch it. I will. It's definitely on my list.
Yeah, it is definitely 1,000+ episodes.
It's on my list for my Japanese immersion, so I will be watching it at some point.
Okay. I have to leave, but my final statement is because I wanted to talk about it because I want to defend anime games. Arena fighters, because some of them are made better than others. Some of them are crap. There are a good chunk of them that are actually good. I don't want all anime arena fighters suck.
I don't know.
Most of them are made by CyberConnect 2. There's a recent band that keeps going to them, or Aniplex. There's like, hey, make an arena fighter because they know their stuff. But the marketing was bad. It's missing some features. The boss battles from the old games, they somehow made it worse.
Wow. The hell? How?
Like something's up with this game, and they said that they're gonna fix some of it because the online you can't invite friends to play with you.
Really?
You just,
Okay,
yeah, you
that's
just gotta
odd.
hope. Yeah, you just gotta hope you find them.
Oh, no.
The one thing they did fix was the online connection because they didn't do it. They put it to Microsoft. So
You sound.
I just
You sound.
I just wanna say that-
You sound not happy about some of the changes and
'Cause-
stuff.
because the game doesn't have content. That's the reason why people in the marketing. That's why people are not so high up on this game because, now the Naruto Storm series are like the best, like arena fighters,
Right.
and like I said, it's the content that's currently in the game, the non-promotion of the new stuff, and then some weird decisions that all came together.
Yeah.
and made
yeah.
it like, eh.
And it's the
So,
voice
I just
acting
wa-
thing as well that J. Alpha pointed out for the.
That's
the
just
dub.
weird because usually they just take whatever clips they have from the old game and just put it in the new game. That's usually what they do. I don't know why they're messing with it. Because that's how they got all the
some
characters.
had to be re-recorded because they have that new story content. So I was reading a couple of tweets from some of the some of the voice actors, and they said they did multiple takes, and I guess whoever was the director, the voice director, and all that, I guess they just chose the worst takes. So
Right, because the
yeah,
voice actors weren't happy, or they said they weren't aware of doing those certain takes, and people are speculating it was AI and stuff like this.
No,
Yeah.
the thing is that those clips are on Twitter are the boss battles from the old game. So I don't know why they're not taking the clips from those old games into the new one. Why do they have to re-record it? I can understand it for the new story mode because that's new.
Yeah.
But when you're reusing the old boss battles, like,
Well,
you're
are they using the exact same voice actors though?
Most of them, yes. Most of them are
Because I was
still.
gonna say, if they don't want to pay someone, that might be why they didn't take those clips. Because if you take a clip and it's got somebody in there that you're not trying to pay, you'd still have to pay them again because you're reusing their voice. So if they don't want anything to do with that person, that might be why they chose not to do the clips.
Yeah. The weird thing is that they've done it before. That's how they keep getting the roster keeps getting bigger because they keep reusing the characters from the old games. So yeah, I don't know. The game's weird. The next anime fighter is JJK. I don't know how that's gonna go.
I'll tell you how it's gonna go, Keisha. I think how it's gonna go. Yeah, they made that game on the super cheap. They knocked that game out really fast and knock out the really for Jujutsu. And I've got my issues with Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm not getting into that again. I can't stand Tojo. That goddamn character Tojo. I don't like him. He's a stupid character. He's my brother. I don't care. I don't like that character. It made me stop watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I know people saying season. Watch the season 2. I don't care. I don't like Tojo. Anyway, or what it was a Toko or I can't remember what his name is. I can't. Tojo. Toto. I can't stand that goddamn character, and that's why. Anyway, that side. That aside, the game looks like it doesn't look as good quality as the Demon Slayer game, and I don't think it was made by not made by CyberConnect 2, right?
No, the Demon Slayer and Naruto games are made by CyberConnect 2. This is made by the My Hero.
Oh no! That My Hero game was trash. Is it really them?
What?
That wasn't good. The arena fighter? They weren't good.
Listen, man. The second game, they figured their stuff out.
Okay, I only played the first game. I only played the first game. I was like, nah, this ain't it. I played the first game. Okay, they made a second one, but I didn't play it. So.
Yeah, I played it. It's way better. But yeah, I'll see what's going on because I want to see if they do the first game route or the second game route because at this point, but we'll see. So I gotta go.
Okay, Kika. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no problem.
Enjoy your day. Bye bye.
See ya.
So Mousy, I hope that cleared up Kike and Finny Mac. I hope it cleared up whether it's a new game or not. Kike's describing it as a new game, but I don't know if I would describe it that way. It doesn't sound like a new game to me, but yeah, it's kind of weird thing to do rather than just make a new game. But I think that's just because, you know, maybe there is a new game being made, but game development being what it is, it's taking a long time. So it's like, in the meantime, let's just do a cash grab with the
Yeah, that's why I just didn't think about it or care about it.
yeah.
Might as well be just
Well, Vinny-
1.5 and there
Vinny
you go.
explained it pretty well to me, so I mean, what he said makes pretty much sense with what it is, because that does make sense based on, like, because there is like a game that has like all 3 or 4 of them in it, and I was like, well, I don't understand, but
Okay.
Road to Boruto has all 4 games in their entirety like this. So Connections is not that. It's just a Kai abridged version. There are no RPG mechanics. There is no open world. You go from battle to battle to battle to battle to cutscene to cutscene to cutscene to cutscene. So that's it. And so, but then they do have a unique story for those that want a little bit more. So it's a perfect sale. So I'm sure it's going to drop in price real soon, and that's what I'm picking because I love these games.
So I just need to comment.
Yeah,
I need to make a comment on one of the YouTube comments. Solid Python 2099 says, "My Hero Arena Fighter is good. What are you smoking, Jody? LMAO." Okay, I didn't have a copy of the game. My friend had the game. Okay, so I played it with him. I didn't think that game was all that Solid Python. I'm gonna be honest with you, especially the beginning. They give you like a cut down version of the sort of you know, Deku's story, right? So, or not Deku, what's he called? You know who I mean?
His name is Deku.
Midoriya, the main character. It's Midoriya, right? Okay, yeah, they give you like a cut down version of his story, and I remember that not being crazy well made, and like the game played okay. It was alright. Like, I don't know, man. It wasn't. I didn't think it was that good. I thought that the Demon Slayer one was just better, was more well made. I don't know. What does everyone else think? I know it's a different developer, but I was just like, okay.
Well, to be fair, and I don't want to dwell on this too much, but this is the same thing that Dragon Quest Dai ran into. Mm-hmm. Every one of these games runs into the same issue. You have to succeed on 3 parts. You have to onboard new people; those have no idea what the IP is. Mm-hmm. Then you have to satisfy the diehards, those that know everything about the IP, and then it needs to be a good video game. So these games from the Nintendo have failed whenever you're dealing with a licensed IP. The only one that was able to successfully do it is kind of like Ninja Turtles and games like that, where you have your heroes and then you have your trash mobs, because it has already set itself up as a video game. I would agree that My Hero Academia is another anime style game that didn't need to be an arena fighter. You could have had all the nomus be your trash mobs and just create different versions of that. Your fast types, your brutes, your flying types, whatever. And you probably could have created a side scroller beat 'em up, or a Bayonetta style 3D spectacle fighter. You could have done that, but I guess they just want to make the game a little bit on the cheap side. But I also see why you have to make so many of these games have to be arena fighters, because not every game can be that way. You don't have, if you were to do a Demon Slayers action-y style RPG, what's your trash mobs? You know, even in the show, you go straight to the demon. You're not facing their henchmen. So now you either have to create a brand new story, which Naruto has done. I don't know if anybody remembers that.
They did add in the Demon Slayer game. They did add in like kind of demons that weren't in the show. They were like these other like just random demons.
In what arc?
Well, I only played the beginning bit of the game. I'm gonna be honest. It was like demons that just weren't in the. They were just like. They weren't, because it's like the main, like the boss. So before you get to the boss, there was these other demons that weren't in the show, but they were just there.
Yeah, I'm not fully remembering that. It could have been more like a Naruto Storm thing, where they just put little trash mobs in there.
They were like trash. Yeah, they were like trash demons. It's like when Tanjiro is doing the training. They have to go up a mountain or something, and it's like that really big fat demon up there. So before you get to that one, which is a boss, there's like these smaller ones, these like just other ones that are just there, which they're implied they're in the show. They show some in the show, right? Some other demons that are there, because there are other demons in the thing. But there was some more that were there. Right. And I was like, okay, that wasn't necessarily in the show, but it makes sense because they said this forest was full of demons. So
Full Metal Alchemist had their own game where they created a brand new, unique story for the Full Metal Alchemist IP.
Okay.
That was met with mixed results. And I don't know if anybody remembers this, because on the Wii, they had a Naruto Dragon Blade, I want to call it, where they had a completely unique, actiony RPG that's just started the Naruto IP, and that bombed because nobody liked that. So the Naruto folks didn't like it, and it just failed as a video game. So it's always hard. So it's hard to take these established IPs unless they have that Ninja Turtles, My Hero Academia style to it, where you can easily create a video game around that. So I'm hoping that they do create a My Hero Academia and just create a whole bunch of no moves, and there you go. You got your trash mob. There you go. But I don't know if you can do that with Jujutsu Haikuso. I don't
Well,
know.
first of all, that's not what it's called. I didn't even like the goddamn show, but I didn't pronounce it. It does matter. It does matter. Just like when I always say Tojo.
JJK.
Oh, no, it's not
JJK. That's what everyone says.
JJK. I'll just call it JJK. But I don't know what the trash mobs would be in JJK. Well, what's the trash mob? There's
random demons in that. What do they call them in that show? Like what do they call them in that show? The spirits or the ghosts or whatever they are. They're all over the place. You just put random ones in there. Those are the trash mobs. There's loads of them.
Now you're creating a different game because I know the main heroes are not fighting trash mobs all day. They're not just doing it. They go straight for their mission, and then they're dealing with the big bad of the arc.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they've done for the Jujutsu Kaisen game, but there's gonna be bosses, and then there's got to be something in between the bosses, right? So what do they put in between the boss demons? They have to put some other ones. So it's gonna be like trash mobs, right? Is it not?
Well, again, all that is hypothetical, but I just said that because I just wanted to explain. That's why I see so many of these arena fighting games. Again, if you go back to the Full Metal Alchemist, those two games, you go back to some other IPs that had their own.
Were they arena fighters?
No.
I can't see him being an arena fighter.
RPGs.
They were actual RPGs?
I can't see Full Metal being an arena fighter. That just would not work.
And it was a completely unique story for both. It was fun, but it was a unique story that didn't really fit with any timeline between episode 12 and episode 27, something like that. So they just created a timeline. It was just a side story. So it fit, but a lot of people didn't like it because of, it didn't make sense for what Full Metal Alchemist was about. It became a beat 'em up when it really didn't need to be.
Well, I think the problem with that is there's very much the original Full Metal Alchemist TV, and then there's obviously with the manga and Brotherhood, which follow a different storyline after a certain point. So I think that you got that going on there.
Right. Well, I can't really comment on it because
Brotherhood and the manga are one story. The original anime only goes up to a certain point, and then it goes off its own rails and does something different.
Oh no!
And then its final thought is its movie, Conqueror of Shambhala or something like that. That is its final point, and that movie goes to a completely different direction than, and that animated goes to a completely different direction. Brotherhood, they went back and followed the manga almost pretty exactly, and it goes to that.
Full Metal Alchemist. Were people annoyed when they went to the first anime went in a different direction, so they made another one.
Oh, well, no, because it wasn't caught up to the manga, so they had to create their own story.
Yeah,
So
they
it's
had to
like-
create
when
their
it
own
had
story.
So they caught up to it.
Yeah.
But
so
the
it
thing
caught up
about
to
it is the lady who wrote it, and I think it's a lady. She
I believe
planned
it is,
it out
yes.
perfectly. So it's the one of the few mangas that you will ever read that is absolutely the way it ended is how she intended it to end when she first started it. Because a lot of times these shonens, particularly, they just keep building and they keep adding more, and so they go in different directions. So there's plot holes that get opened up that never get. But that never happened with a Full Metal Alchemist because of that, it's got a fairly tight timeline because everything was what she planned it, and everything that she planted seeds from she planted from the get-go. So by the time you get to the end point, everything just got into place because it was completely planned out how many chapters it would be, absolutely everything. Yeah, it's a very tight timeline.
So if one wants to watch that anime of Full Metal Alchemist, and you say that originally they went to a different storyline, which one should I watch then?
Both are good. Both are good.
Both.
But but Brotherhood is more to the manga. So if you want to stay with the manga, I don't want to read the manga. I just want to watch it in anime form. Then go watch Brotherhood.
Yeah, I like them both. Honestly, I like them both. I'm not a huge fan of the movie that ends the first animated series, but I do like them both. It's also one of the few that you can watch in English, or you can watch dubbed or subbed, and it's fine. But I definitely like both series, so it's just take your pick. I mean, if you want to know what the manga is,
watching goddamn dubs, I'll tell you that.
Did you see Mythos of the Stars, Mousy? Did you like that movie?
What one?
Mythos of the Stars, the movie that ended Brotherhood.
I did not see that one. It's the one thing I haven't seen from Full Metal Alchemist. I'll have to watch that. I did see Conqueror of Shambhala. I don't necessarily like that movie, but I like the rest of the first animated series. But as far as it goes, I like Full Metal Alchemist a lot. It's one of my favorite top. I have read all of the manga, so I've read all the manga. Wow. But I mean, if you watch Brotherhood, you don't have to watch the manga. They literally followed it that closely.
Interesting.
And normally when they follow something closely, it like Crystal follows Sailor Moon closer to the manga than it does to the original series. But I would recommend the original series over Crystal because, like, the original series, because the original series is really catchy and it has the cuteness, and they just kind of Crystal just sort of like, because it's based off the manga, it just drills down and you kind of lose that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
so
dry.
Even though there was a lot of liberties done with the original, and I'm talking about like the original, even though there was a lot of liberties done, I still find it to be the superior one as opposed to Crystal. It's just so dry, and all the characters just seem dry, and it also has to do with that animation too. The hand-drawn animation sort of gave it a little more personality, and of course with all the Americanized, westernized localization, gave each one a little more personality as well. There was some censorship, and you can't like women liking women back then, but still,
there was definitely censorship. I've heard about that censorship.
The sub, you can get it. You can get an uncut sub though, but the thing is it does still have that personality. In fact, they had to start taking pieces from the OG, like the transformation sequences, just to give the Crystal a little bit more personality. Because like when the sailors used to transform, it would play this like 70s music, da 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 da, and it was just catchy. It was, and you didn't get that in Crystal. They just transformed, and it was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. F1, Mousy, please no. Please no F1.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
I won't try not to do it. But yeah, it's very dry. It's very. I mean, the animation's finally not terrible of Crystal, but there's nothing like the hand-drawn stuff, and it's just, I don't know. The original is just. But in the case of Full Metal, both of them are good, so it doesn't really matter. But in the case of Sailor Moon, I would definitely recommend the original.
Okay.
And then you can go back and watch Crystal if you want to.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah.
God, there's so many animes for me to watch. Good lord.
What were you saying, Vinny?
Change subject real quick. I do want to ask a question here. Regarding Persona.
Oh, okay, here we go. Every week I ask these goddamn Atlus stands to come in here and defend Atlus.
I guess we can move to the Atlus section of this
come in here,
conversation.
defend Atlus, and he never does it. He never does it. This time, the Atlus stands defend Atlus.
I actually agree that I think P5 Tactica was built on with the thought process. Having played it, it definitely feels a lot like Mario and Rabbids.
Exactly. Yeah.
It does not feel like a typical tactical game. Like, it doesn't feel like their other tactical game that they've made. It definitely feels more like the Mario and Rabbids style, which is more XCOM style.
More XCOM, maybe a little more accessible. I'm not sure.
I did play XCOM, and it's not quite exactly what Tactica is doing, though some aspects are a bit similar.
I've played a lot of different.
I think it's more Kingdom Battle than XCOM, to be quite honest.
Oh no, it is more Kingdom Battle.
With that same Persona storyline and kind of the narrative in the background. I think in terms of the game mechanic, I think they're going for a simpler Kingdom Battle. I mean, it's not as simple as Kingdom Battle. Battle sort of lets you know you're going to be resist, blocking, or you get hit. This game's kind of the same way. You either resist, block, or you're going to get hit. And just the way the characters kind of terror and fear when they're about to get hit too. There's a lot of Kingdom Battleness I see in this game.
Okay. Jody, have you played Fire Emblem?
I've played I've played
So Fire Emblem is
Fates.
So
I haven't finished it, but I've been playing it.
So I've played a bunch of different tactical games, and a lot of them are. Fire Emblem is very different from this. So if this is what you're expecting, you're not getting that. Because in Fire Emblem, like you hit and like the characters can like have their own like backup hits. So like you hit and they might be able to hit like again.
Oh, like opportunistic attack or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm so glad you said that, Mousy, because that's my biggest pet peeve. With every single tactical game, what do you have? Each unit has their own unique skill. So they either hit stronger when they're next to a female character, hit stronger when they're hitting from behind.
What?
This game does not have that.
This game
does not have each individual thing does not have their own unique skill that brings them personality. And that's what's missing here.
So this is
less in
depth then.
Yeah, Fire Emblem Engage, like for instance, she comes in early on. Somebody has a skill that if your main character is female, she'll hit differently, and then there's another character where if your main character's male, they'll hit differently. This doesn't have that kind of stuff. It's not even like Final Fantasy Tactics either, which is also different. Because in that game, there's not terrain matters, but not like the way this is definitely more like Kingdom Battle. Like, I mean, I definitely got the Kingdom Battle vibes as soon as I started opening up and playing it.
Right. So I think you're right. Kingdom Battle could have influenced them because of the timing of when Kingdom Battle was like, I think 2017, 2018, and then they started development of this at like 2019ish, right? According to them, it was in development for like 4 years or something like that. So yeah, it definitely could have influenced them. I think if like from the interview that they did with, I think it was 4Gamer, the recent interview, not Kika, Red Hood. If you have the link to that, could you drop it in the chat?
But to be fair, I don't think
said
Sparks of Hope did very well. Like Kingdom Battle did great, but I think Sparks of Hope tanked too.
Sparks of Hope didn't do as well, and there's various reasons for that. But right now we're talking about Persona 5T. Hold on one sec. So yeah, I think like they'd never made. It was P Studio that made this, and I think they had never made a tactical game before. I think it was their first one, right? Because Devil Survivor. What was it called? Devil Survivor. Which team made that? It wasn't.
Hold on. J. Arthur.
It's a different team.
It's a different team. So this team had never made a tactical game.
It's an SMT team. It's an SMT team that made Devil Survivor.
So I think that's I think that's what made the difference.
Okay.
And it was Okay, thank you. And in that interview, it said that some of the developers didn't like strategy
Yes.
RPGs, which is odd. It's like why go down that route if some of the developers weren't feeling it? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Where did you put it? Oh, in here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and like again, Jay Arthur is the one that originally posted it. But yeah, I was gonna say the
Oh, I've
ones that
opened it in
did
the wrong thing.
was CareerSoft, and again, thank you, Jay Arthur, for posting that.
Yes, thank you to J Alpha, and please, Mousy or someone, give him a J. Oh, you did it. Oh, you did it. Give him a J point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone has the ability to give. Maybe I need to explain the. I thought I did explain the J points thing in the FAQ, but I need to rewrite because things have been added since we've added area, different text chats and things. I need to update the FAQ. I've got a lot of things I got to do for the server. Okay, but anyone can give J points out. If you just say thank you to someone. So yeah, let me open up this in this one here.
Yeah, the only two things that shocked me was the triple attack.
Oh, maybe I already had it. Oh no, I did already have it. I already had it. Never mind.
And the fact that they were not fans of the genre, that was
right,
really
so that's the
interesting.
thing, because like if they're not, why go down that route and make that if there's ones that are not developers that are on the team that are not fans of the genre, they weren't feeling it, maybe that, but you know,
we've heard these stories before from developers where the main director had to sort of get the team bought into what's going on. We've heard this before. Using different ideas, you know, there was some infighting going back and forth. We've heard this before. So I guess I'm not against the idea of trying to bring a team together and say, hey, we're going to create something that you guys are not used to creating. We've heard these types of developmental stories before.
Just recently, the guy who did Hi-Fi Rush explained that because they're used to doing horror games, and when he presented the idea and they said, yeah, let's go ahead with it, there were a lot of people in that staff that were like, wait, what? We're going to make a what?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand
Yeah, I guess
that.
that is true.
So Go Nintendo did a summary of that interview. Now the full thing is on 4Gamer, okay, and I've had to hit the Google Translate button, of course, because it's all in Japanese. But they interviewed like the main people from the team that made this game. And yeah, in the summary from 4Gamer, the development of Persona 5 Tactica lasted approximately 4 years. The devs wanted to focus on showing the fans enthusiasts as a team. This led to devs thinking that the best genre to deliver this feeling would be a strategy RPG. Right, so and then some devs weren't fans of SRPGs due to not liking the high difficulty, leveling, and management. A lot of effort went into streamlining some of the game's most challenging elements.
And that is clear by playing the game. You can clearly see that they streamlined a lot of it.
Right, so that streamlining is where they're saying like a regular strategy RPG, right? It's got all this management and stuff. So they're making it more like like a Fire Emblem. They've made it more like a Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. Is what you're saying? Is what Mousy was kind of saying, right?
Yeah, even the cover system is extremely basic. So I can be behind a table facing my enemy, and then I'll still get resisted. In most strategy games, you'll still take damage because I'm not being blocked. So they streamlined a lot. So.
Yeah, it's very. I'm just playing it now. It's very like compared to some of the others. It's definitely more, because well, I mean, if you've played Fire Emblem, that's probably like the most complicated of them. But it's definitely it's definitely not even in the leagues of like some of the other ones. I need to play Lamplighters League too, because that is pretty recent. I think there's on a Black Friday sale on that one too. Yeah, I played a lot when like Disgaea is probably a lot more complex than this game, and it's like Disgaea is not complex, and like Disgaea is more complex than this. Like this is definitely more. I definitely think King to Battle is what I definitely think that was like the idea of what they were trying to.
So this is very, 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 very interesting information. Thank you for telling me it's more like a Kingdom Battle game. So and fundamentally, Kingdom Battle is a strategy style or XCOM style game that is more approachable, right?
Honestly, new
Yes.
XCOM, because I played it. It's very difficult, even on the easier setting.
What is?
No. But see, Kingdom Battle is.
Well, Kingdom Battle can get hard when you get to there's some really, really hard bits. Like I finished the game, but I couldn't 100% it because there was like these special levels.
think I have to go.
You have to go?
I don't know, but let me check.
Okay. There was some special levels that I couldn't do it. It was too hard. But I didn't. After you complete the game, there's all these like other levels that open up and stuff like that, and I couldn't do them. It was too hard.
Okay, I'm just speculating because I don't have the Switch or the game. I just know when I was playing Tactica, just seeing like the huge difference
I'm back.
between the battles is very simple.
So I would like to like take this forward a little bit. Let's focus in on Persona 5 Tactica itself and what the devs were wanting to achieve with this game in terms of the audience they were going for. Now, based on the comments, based on what you're saying with your gameplay experiences about this being a more kind of simplified strategy RPG, I do think this goes with trying to get an audience that's not necessarily a hardcore SRPG audience, right? They wanted, I think, we had a new member, Gooch, in our Discord who said that Atlus thought they were cooking when they were making this. Okay,
Yeah.
they thought they was on one because, like I said, for this game they used their strongest IP, their strongest franchise, the most popular one that was made, the one that's made the most money, the one that sold the most, Persona 5. They didn't go down the Persona Q route, which is like a crossover between multiple Persona games. There's like, no, this is Persona 5. And I remember before we got more details about this game, before it came out, people were speculating and saying, oh well, I know it's definitely, well, this was what Spencer said. Shout out to Spencer for SMT Network, but you did say this, Spencer. It's like, oh, it's definitely not an internal project. This is outside, it's outsourced. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it turns out it was internally developed, although they did have other outside studios assisting, but it was mainly P Studio. As we said before, they didn't have like really a lot of experience developing SRPGs. So this was led by P Studio, and it definitely was an internal product. And I do think that because some people have said with the sales numbers that we've got and stuff, oh well, Atlus, they knew it wasn't it wasn't gonna sell a lot, and then maybe people think it was more of a throwaway game, and it's just send it out there and it does whatever, it's on Game Pass, whatever. But like, my contention with that is that when they started making this game, they didn't think, oh, we're making a Game Pass game. They thought they were cooking, right? They was on one. They just had Persona 5, Persona 5 Royal. They Scramble was about to come out, or just come out when they was obviously around the same time.
Is ironic because that one seems to be like a better tactic for trying to get new people into the series than this one.
With more action RPG.
But I do think, like Vinny said to me, like if they saw what Kingdom Battle was doing, they might have been like, hey, this is a great way. I mean, to explain XCOM and in the references to XCOM, when you've got tactical games, and I need to explain this because I think that you're like, oh well, not XCOM. Here's the thing: when you get tactical games, some tactical games are built more like Fire Emblem. And if you've ever played a Fire Emblem game, you go into these modes and you have these units, and like it'll show you where they're going to attack, and then like they can have back attacks. But like in the case of Fire Emblem, you're not doing things like jumping around corners or things like that. It's more methodical. The reason for the comparison of XCOM has to do more with the around corners and things like that. and that's why Mario and Rabbids are compared to that, because like the characters end up with guns and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just a comparison of the type of tactical game it is. It's not a comparison of, because I recognize XCOM looks different and you know, it's harder than Kingdom Battle. But the reason why Kingdom Battle was like this kind of surge in popularity at the time period that it like hit the scene, and so I'm sure they thought, well, this would be a great mix with Persona 5. We can, you know, take our best IP and we can get all these like, and I think that they had intended this to be a Nintendo only game. But ironically, I think Strikers is better to try to get people into the franchise because of the way it's still an action RPG, and I think that speaks more to people than a tactical game does.
I don't know if they really did intend this to be a Nintendo only game. The only reason I think that was because like when they were making this, like Persona 5 wasn't even on the Switch, and the thing is, with, like I said in the pre-show, with the Etrian Odyssey games, I think they were going for the, well, maybe I said it initially, I can't remember whenever I said it. I think they were going for the with the Persona Q games, I think they were going for the Etrian Odyssey audience on the 3DS, because there was no Persona games on 3DS or any Nintendo system at that time.
Well, you got to remember though that they always do spin-offs on a Nintendo system for the most part. I mean, Strikers being slightly different, but usually like the Q games, like you pointed out, they're on the DS. A lot of companies tend to do like the spin-offs on the Nintendo system. I mean, we could talk about how Kingdom Hearts always had their spin-offs on the Nintendo system. So I do think they did that with that in mind.
PSP as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the PSP one actually plays like a that's the PSP one actually plays like a regular Kingdom Hearts game.
The only reason I think that it wasn't intended to be a Nintendo exclusive or only on Nintendo was because this is like P Studio making this, who had never.
They may have. I'm not saying that they didn't put it on, you know, everything else or whatever as time went on, but I'm just saying initial concept.
Maybe
like
I think they probably I think they.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. By playing the game and by the fact they have all these tactical games on it, I do feel that this was maybe pitched, even with the art style. If you want to go with the tried and true argument that, you know, Nintendo was for kids, well, this art style fits with that Nintendo family friendly graphical system.
Is this rated mature?
I'm sorry.
Is this one rated mature?
No, it's teen.
Yeah, it's teen. So that's the thing. It's also rated less than the other ones too.
But I think, in a way, I think this is a moot point. I think it's irrelevant because this game is on multiple systems at launch, which means that has to be planned. Like you don't just do that on a whim. That's planned years in advance.
Well, I don't think anyone's arguing that this was done on a whim. I don't even think anyone's arguing that they didn't intend for this game to do stuff. I think we're all agreeing with that. I think we're just arguing it from the point of conception. But
right. The reason I don't think they was intending this to be a Nintendo exclusive was because they started developing this game in 2019. Okay, I think this was going along with their new, like I said, this new Neo Persona strategy, going after this Neo Persona 5 audience, and at that time, the PlayStation 4 was like 40% of the Japanese market. I think they was intending, like all their games, they're thinking of the Japanese market first, right? Up until very, 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 very recently, with like these last few games they've had, like all their games released in Japan first, right? So obviously they've changed that a bit now. But you remember we were just talking about Scramble, that was in Japan first. So that's why I think they, didn't necessarily intend it to be Nintendo exclusive, because what they were trying to do, this is my opinion, obviously we will never know, we're just speculating at this point, but I don't know that they would intend it to be a Nintendo exclusive when they would at the time when they were conceiving this, the way the Japanese market looked back then. But I think this is kind of irrelevant because we'll never know. So I don't know if there's any point of us arguing, like, did they intend this to be exclusive to you know, one platform, because it's released multi-platform. What I would like to do is move on from that a little bit and talk about what Atlus's expectations were with this game. Okay, so so some people said that
I would say that did not meet expectations.
No,
I mean, in my opinion, I agree, and I would say why I don't think they necessarily had like low expectations for this game, for multiple reasons. Like we said before, they used their strongest brand on this. They've released this on every platform basically, simultaneous worldwide release on every platform. It's the first ever game where they've ever done that. They spent 4 years on the game, and it wasn't just like outsourced. Oh, here's, you know, some other studios making it. No, this was an internal project led by P Studio, and they had some additional, you know, how do you say?
What did Kingdom Battle do? What did Kingdom Battle do?
What do you mean? What did it do? What did it sell?
Yeah, in Japan.
It did a lot better than Sparks of Hope. It was like 100 and maybe it was 100 and something thousand.
I'd say that they at least expected this to do that, if not more.
I expected. I would use I think personally I would use the comparison of the Persona Q games is what I would look at, rather than necessarily just that. So if you look at Persona Q, I think they was thinking this was at least going to sell as well as Persona Q. So Persona Q, the first one was 186,000, and that was in 2014. The second one, 2018, was 74,000 first week. This is the first week, right? So the total sales for Persona Q, the first one, was 254,000.
So let's stick with those numbers then. So when was Persona Q released in conjunction with Persona 4? So when did Persona 4 release?
Okay, so do you mean the original Persona 4? Because that was like that was a long time.
Let me. I don't remember if golden content was in Q. I don't remember. Maybe I don't remember now. But when did either Persona 4 or Persona 4 Golden release in conjunction with Q?
Golden stuff is in Persona Q, yeah.
Golden stuff is in the first Q, yeah.
Because like Marie's in it.
So when were those two games released?
So Persona Q was in 2014 and Q2 was 2018. Persona 4 Golden. Yeah, I have it. J Alpha, do you know when Persona? What do you call it? Let me just look at it quickly here.
Spawnwave said that.
Said what?
No way.
Said what?
Roche said that Spawnwave said that it was a budget game.
What was a budget game?
P5T.
How does he know?
No.
What, based on what? Where did he? Oh, 2012. Thank you. Based on what? What is he just saying that, or has he heard, or what?
Yeah, Roche, you've got to follow that up with something. I would say if I had to say which one has the higher budget,
no, I was just gonna say if it's his opinion that it was a budget game, that's fine. That's fine, but like what do you mean? Like, in my opinion, honestly, all Atlus games are budget games because they're all AA games. So I don't know if it's any.
Every game is a budget game. There's no such game that kind of goes wildly out of budget. Every game is a budget game.
Okay, I mean like AA. They're not, like I said before, they're not spending God of War Ragnarok money on any of their games at all. Even Persona, they're not spending 200 million.
I would say they spent more on P5T than they did on PQ2 because at least there's voice acting in P5T. Yeah.
Well, PQ, there's no English voice acting in PQ2, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
And and 3DS games are way cheaper were cheaper to produce than HD games because, like, you know, HD development is just more expensive. But like, they put more money into some of their games than others, obviously, clearly. Like, they would give more of a budget to Persona and SMT, mainline SMT. But, like, I don't know. This is what I just don't understand. Like, Spawn Wave, it's fine if that's his opinion. It's a budget game, like. But him saying that makes it seem like, well, it's a throwaway game. It doesn't matter. They didn't think it was that important, or like their expectations are extremely low. We don't know exactly what their expectations were, so I can't say and sit here and say I know what their expectations were. I can only say, based on that, they spent so long on this game. It was an internal project. They put their strongest IP on it. They didn't think, oh well, we're only going to make slightly more than what we put in, the money that we put into the game. You know, I think they thought they were cooking, okay, and they thought that this game was going to do decently. And when I say decently, I don't mean Persona 5 levels. I mean like Persona Q levels. I think they thought it was going to do Persona Q1 levels. That's what they probably hoped. That's what I'm talking about. Like, Persona Q1 levels would have been very, very, very good for this game. There's no way that I would expect it to do like mainline Persona levels. Like the Persona Q1 sold 186,000 first week. That's very good. It's like, I think SMT basically say I think it might have been in more than SMT 5.
What was the timetable between Persona 4 Golden and Persona Q? Because
like
I think
like 2 years.
It
was like 2 years.
Okay, so so you have Persona. When was the last Persona game released on the PlayStation? Was that Persona 5 Royal?
Yeah.
Or was it Strikers?
No, it's Strikers.
Oh, okay. It'll be Strikers then.
So how long was Strikers with this game?
So what do you mean? How long was How long was it between Strikers and Persona 5 Royal? Is that what you mean?
My point is that there's always going to be a drop off. So you're always going to have people that play a game and then they're going to drop off when the sequel comes out. Well, so as more time passes, more and more people are going to forget about the IP and then just move along.
Okay,
so
no, you've got a good point. No, I
Golden and Q, then that would make sense why Q had a elevated sales, because Persona was still in everybody's mind, and I guess during that time.
I think the reason is, Vinny Mac. I think the reason is for this huge gap between Q1 and Q2. It was because Q2 was released at the end of the 3DS Live, when nobody was caring about the 3DS at that point. I think that affected this. I think if it had released in 2014, it would have sold a lot more. I think it was because it was end of the 3DS's life. And with regards to PQ1, because the game was on, there's obviously overlap, but there's going to be people that had a PlayStation or a Vita, a PS3 or PS4, and then also had a 3DS. Obviously there would be some people, but like, I don't know if that's why I said I think that was going for more for the Etrian Odyssey audience. Well, here's a Persona spin-off. Now the game, when you play the game, because I played the game I didn't even know what Persona was. The game assumes that you have played these games, that you know the characters and you know the stories, because they don't go into detail with any of it. They just start talking about stuff as if you know who they are in the game. And there's a whole bunch of spoilers and stuff. If you haven't played the games, the characters from, there's a whole bunch of spoilers. But no, I do agree with you, Vinny Mac, in the sense that why there are these spin-offs and stuff is, yes, it is to keep the IP relevant, and it's because there's so long between mainline games. Like, you see Persona 5, when the original one came out, it was 2016 in Japan. We're now in 2023, okay, and Persona 6 is not going to come out next year. Alright, it just isn't. We know what games Atlus is coming out next year. They're not going to release Persona 3 Reload and Metaphor and Persona 6 all in the same year. No, Persona 6, in my opinion, will be 2025 at the earliest. In my opinion, so there's so long. So yes, they're gonna make spin-offs to keep the IP relevant, and I think that's why they went Persona 5, and they didn't do the crossover thing. Now there's the rumored party game, which is gonna be a crossover, but I think like this one, I don't think it was like just a throwaway game and they don't care and it's just, they didn't have any the expectations are super low. Like even if let me say something, even if the expectations were low, this game's still a goddamn flop. This game didn't do well. There's no way you can tell me they made this game with their strongest IP, thinking, oh yeah, this game is only gonna sell 50,000 in Japan when we release it. Physical. You can add on a bit more with digital and say what's 30% of 50,000. Someone work it out and say what it was gonna say 60 or 70,000. I don't think that's what they thought. I think they was thinking this 186,000 that we can see for PQ1. This is what they wanted, a Persona spin-off to sell, not 50,000. I know, there's no way. There ain't no way. Yes, it's a spin-off, so it's not going to sell as well as the main line games, but they wanted it to sell good numbers for a spin-off. That's what I think. They wanted it to sell good numbers for a spin-off, and good numbers for a spin-off, in my opinion, would be Q1 186,000, or we could also look at Persona 4 Dancing, the original Persona 4 Dancing, and what that sold. These are around the same. Look, it was 152,000. This is what they were thinking for. That's the wrong one. Sorry, it was 95,000. For Persona 4 Dancing, the Persona 4 Dancing on the PlayStation Vita. It was 95,000. That's why the 152,000 was for Persona 4 Golden. So yeah, this is the numbers that I think they were thinking. Not 50,000. That's like hella low. It's like one of the lowest selling spin-offs ever. He just said it as a passing comment. Is his opinion. 2 years between Q1 and P4G. Yeah. Red Hood, what do you think?
I definitely do agree it's a flop. No, without a doubt. With the marketing, besides the overshadowing, and it seems they put more effort in the marketing. 4 years development, most of them, with internal development. I definitely do agree that they really wanted this to succeed. Now, how much money they wanted to make, we'll just have to wait and see their quarter earnings to know for sure.
So, he could say it's a budget game. Would this be a lower budget? Would this be lower budget than a mainline Persona or SMT? Yes, it would, because it's a spin-off. But budget, I don't think it was budget in the case it was like a throwaway game and they don't care. I think like Roasted, I feel like they expected 90 to 100k. Yes, I think they were thinking like 100k physical, which you've got to add on digital to that, right? So that is what I think they were thinking. I think this game sold like 50,000. I think it probably sold half of what they wanted, honestly. I don't think they made this game thinking, yeah, it's going to sell 50,000 in Japan and it's going to be 4,000 concurrent players on Steam peak. And it's not going to be in the top. Yeah, obviously it's not going to be in the top 50 of the eShop when it's on pre-order, or the Nintendo eShop on pre-order. Yeah, that's obviously not going to be that. I don't think they were thinking that. I think they thought they were cooking. They're using Persona 5, they're using their strongest IP, and they thought this was going to sell good, decent numbers for a spin-off, which in my opinion would be 100k plus, not 50,000. So to say 50,000, that's fine. Not only that, we have comments from, where's the other interview that they had? Not this one. The interview, not the interview, the investor Q&A. Has anyone got a link to that?
I'm just trying to remember. Is it the one where they wanted like a P6 to make 5 million?
Yeah, 5 million in a year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If you have a link, to that, it'd be fantastic.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to go back to the threads.
Yeah, if you can find that, that'd be great. Thank you. But yeah,
Here we go.
Oh, you got it already?
Yeah. Well, Jay Arthur is the one that posted it.
Yeah, so basically it was in the investor Q&A. They were asked about what they would expect for Persona. And you know, a new Persona. So they commented on that, and they also threw in a comment about Metaphor as well. And they basically said they said we also have high expectations for Metaphor. Now, the investor question didn't ask about that. They just added that in, right? So that's a very interesting additional tidbit of information we've got from Sega, that they do has. I don't want to hear anyone say, "Oh no, the expectations for Metaphor now." When it releases and it underperforms, right?
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. When it releases, right? When it releases and it's got a lifetime sales of like 2 million. I don't want to hear anyone here say, "Oh no, they expect this is what they expected. It's a budget game. It's a budget game. Look at the assets. It's a budget game. This is what they expect." They knew. No. They knew it was gonna sell less than. It was gonna sell a maximum of 2 million. No. I don't want to hear anyone saying that. I don't want to hear anyone saying that when that game comes out. Okay, and it's like, and it sells like 50,000 in Japan first week. I don't want to hear that at all. Okay, when that game comes out, because no, they have high expectations for that game. Now, they didn't comment directly on Persona 5T. There's no direct comment on that. Okay, so there were no direct comment of them saying that game, because they were asked about a new Persona. I think they were just asked a new Persona. So I'm going to read this question out again, because it's very useful for us to hear it and put it in context of not only Persona 5T but also the other games going forward, right? So the investor question says, is there a chance with its overseas popularity that the Persona series could sell 5 million copies in its first year? So the question was, I mean, obviously this is a translation, right? So the question was phrased as Persona series, but I assume they mean just like a new Persona game. Obviously they're not meaning the whole series, right? But anyway, this is the translation that we have, and the answer from Sega is, by increasing the number of platforms it is available on and the regions it is released in, we have been increasing the sales of Persona 5, right? Let's say Persona 5. We believe that it would be possible for a major Persona title, such as a numbered release. It's interesting, like, I'm only going by the direct wording here, like numbered release. You would assume that means Persona 6. I don't know if that could, because it doesn't say new, so could that extend to Persona 3 Reload? I don't know, but you can just assume Persona 6 for now. Such as a numbered release to sell 5 million copies in its first year by releasing it on multiple platforms and simultaneously from day one. We also have high expectations for the new IP Metaphor Fantasia from the developers of Persona 5, and they added in from the developers of Persona 5. I don't want to hear anyone say that this is a throwaway game, that it was budget, they didn't care, or when Metaphor comes out and it's like 50 or 60,000 first week in Japan. I don't want to hear it, okay? Because I know that's gonna happen. I'm putting this down. I'm gonna timestamp this goddamn thing. I'm gonna timestamp this goddamn thing. When the game comes out, like a year from now, I'm gonna bring this back out. I'm not having it. Okay, I'm not having it. They have high expectations the same way they definitely had high expectations for Soul Hackers 2. And people come to, oh no, no. Listen, Soul Hackers. It didn't have a super high budget, right? Because people saying reuse assets and things like that. But that doesn't mean that the expectations weren't high in terms of what it would do for the company. You need to understand that, right? It doesn't mean that they thought Soul Hackers 2 was going to sell 5 million plus. I don't think even Atlus thought that. Did they think it was going to do well? Yes. They thought it was going to do significantly better than what it does, right? If what Spencer said was right. At that time, I played the clip earlier. Spencer said that Sega thought that the game would sell 700,000 copies by the end of that financial year. Okay, so that was obviously last year. Okay, so we're talking about from August through to March, right? By that in 700, and at the time, I've played the clip before. I cracked up and I said, "There's just no way." And this was in September, like I think September last year. There's no way. It's not happening. It's not possible. And what's the way Spencer's phrased it as well makes me think that he probably did have the correct information, because he said considering the number of platforms it's on. So Sega was looking like, well, we're releasing it on a PS4, PS5, Xbox, because they had, obviously Sega made a deal with Xbox, and there was a bag involved and all that. Now they're putting all the Atlus games on Xbox. Oh, it's been on Xbox and PC at the same time. Of course the game's going to do well, right? We're making this game, and yeah, it was very jumbled about who that game was, the audience for that game, because of what I know, the original Soul Hackers fans weren't happy and all this type of thing, right? But who that game? But yes, they did have. They did. Now, when the next investors meeting thing that happened, we did get. They said that Soul Hackers 2 underperformed. They said it underperformed, right? And we have the hearsay from Spencer, right, which I phrase it as hearsay or rumor because we don't know for certain, but then we know for certain that they said they wanted to be a third pillar, and then for certain Sega said in their investors meeting of that year that it underperformed. They said it like really I can't remember the exact wording, but it was like, yeah, it really underperformed, like a lot. Like it wasn't just like it underperformed a bit, it underperformed a lot. So if they had high expectations, right, for a game, a throwaway cheap budget game for Soul Hackers 2, why would they not also have decent expectations for their first ever simultaneous worldwide multi-platform release, as in every platform, right? Because there's other games that came out on multiple platforms. This is the first one that's every single platform day one. I think they had decent expectations for this, and going by what I looked at Steam, I looked at the PSN store, I looked at Nintendo eShops, I looked at all of those things in different regions, and this game was badly like down in the, not where you would expect a game to be just prior to release, right? And I've shown the Steam numbers, and I don't think Atlus's expectations were for, no one can sit here and tell me that they thought it was going to be 4,000 concurrent players on Steam. There's just ain't no way that is what they thought, because that is low even for a game that's like a spin-off. You would expect at least a bit more than that. That seems very low to me. So I don't think it was just a throwaway title. And so with we can talk about this in conjunction with the other titles, what they mentioned, a numbered Persona, and like that to me, like 5 million is extremely ambitious, because Persona 5 didn't sell that much. Now Persona 5 in its first year was, first of all, it was in Japan first, and then it was the West later, and it was only on PlayStation. Obviously it was PS3, PS4, but most of the sales were on PS4 at that point. So and it sold very well, right? So it was like 3.2 million or something like that LTD before they released Persona 5 Royal, right? Which added on more, but then obviously that kind of that cut the legs off of the original game, right? Because it obviously doesn't make sense to buy that game anymore, right? So that game, so I think like for a numbered title, for it to release like 5 million in a year, within a year, right? That is like, you're talking like the Final Fantasy numbers at this point. This is what they expect. If they expect that in its first year, then they probably think this is going to go and sell 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 million, right? They definitely think it's, I think they probably think, oh yeah, it's going to be at least 7 or 8 million for this game. And David Cast JRPGs made a video on this. Go and check out his channel. He made a video saying that he felt, in his opinion, the only way that would be achieved would be if the game was also on a Nintendo platform day one. And I said, half joking that, oh no, it's not going to be on Nintendo platform, but no, I don't think this Persona 6 is not going to be on Nintendo platform day one, or Switch success or whatever it is. I don't think so, because we've seen Atlus's actions with what they consider to be their big games. They do consider Persona.
Wait. I want to stop you right there, Joe. I want to stop you right there.
Right, go for it.
If Atlus is saying they want 5 million, and you don't believe that they're not going to put it on the Switch, where is this 5 million coming from?
No. I didn't say. I said I don't think it's gonna. I don't think they're putting it on the Switch or the successor. We're just saying Nintendo platform.
Right.
I think this is the thing. I think that Sega / Atlus are like, I've got to the point where you can see from the wording here that they are. Honestly, I think they've gotten very complacent. I think they're complacent enough to think that they can achieve this without it being on the Switch. I honestly think that, because they have these high
platforms is this going to be on?
Everything but Switch.
So PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5,
Well,
Xbox
I don't know about 4 because PS4, because of when this game's going to be releasing. I don't know if they do a PS4
What game are we
version,
talking about right here?
but- Persona 6.
That's coming.
Okay. So you're saying, because it's not going to be on a Nintendo platform, you are thinking PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC, or no PC?
PC too, yeah.
Definitely PC,
Okay,
but
so
I don't know about Xbox.
you think Sega is saying we're going to do 5 million based on dwindling numbers of PlayStation, no presence on Xbox, and the other 4 million are going to come out west? Is that the mindset? Is that what you're thinking? And
I think so, because
the Sega Atlus is thinking.
Yeah,
so the majority of the sales is going to come from overseas.
Yeah, so because the majority of sales have come overseas with Persona 5. Obviously, because there's way more people outside of Japan than within. So, it kind of makes sense that would happen. There's only a few select IPs where that doesn't happen, like Dragon Quest and like Splatoon 3. This is so annoying, this video pause thing.
There's absolutely no way that on Persona 6,
Yeah.
a 10 out of 10, 100% Metacritic game is going to sell 5 million year one without being on every platform available.
Right.
The Nintendo platform, the PC platform, the PlayStation platform, and the Xbox platform.
Vinnie Mac, I agree. Vinnie Mac, hang on, Mousy. I agree. And that's what David Cast JRPG said. He said that he thought that it was only going to be achievable if it was also on a Nintendo platform for various reasons, including PlayStation dwindling in Japan, the dwindling JRPG audience on play, which is a thing. It's where double A JRPGs are just selling less on PlayStation in general for various reasons. And yes, I agree that I think it would have to be on Nintendo as well, but I actually don't think they're going to do that.
His argument is flawed, because if we're saying the next Nintendo platform, it can't be on the Switch. So
David, to be fair, David didn't. I think he just said Switch or Switch 2. He didn't say only the next one. I can't remember his exact wording, but in his thumbnail he has the Switch logo. So I can't remember his exact wording right now, so I'm not gonna say what he claimed. But he was just saying it. He just said Nintendo platform in terms of Switch, probably Switch / Switch 2, but we don't know. I mean, by the time this game releases, I don't think it's releasing next year. Do you know what I mean? So who knows? But he just meant.
What does everybody else think?
I'm gonna go with Vinny on this, partially because at the moment, still to this date, no Persona game has sold more in the West than it has sold in Japan. Like even P5, the sales are still in Japan. So I can't see.
I thought it sold more outside.
Huh?
I thought Persona 5 sold more outside of Japan than within.
I don't believe so. Pretty sure it didn't. I know Strikers didn't.
Okay, so Persona 5, the vanilla one, the first release of it, what were the total sales was something like 3.2 million, right?
It was mostly like the Japanese.
Right, but in Japan, it was like, it sold maybe 400,000 between PS3 and PS4 when it initially released. Let me look it up on Niche Barrier. I don't know. Is Jay Arthur listening? Somebody?
Yeah, but the 3.4 sales, the problem there is the 3.4 sales is like after initial. You've got to have the sales. They can't just be the sales that are like the initial sales.
But I'm sorry, but J2 Blue, right? J2 Blue is saying, oh, Atlus would be dumb not to pull it on Switch 2. Okay, well, they haven't put Persona 4, oh my god, but you know what I mean? Persona 3 Reload or Metaphor, or they're not putting those on Twitch, which is also dumb.
We don't
also
know
dumb.
that yet. We
So,
don't,
like,
we
but,
don't
like,
know if these games will never be on the Nintendo platform.
I'm sorry, but this is the same. When oh my god, when people were holding out for that Nintendo Direct, the same goddamn copium that is thinking that Persona 3 Reload is going to be in that goddamn Nintendo Direct. This is the same copium I feel like all of you are on, thinking that Persona 6 is going to be on a Nintendo platform. Why would they do that and not put? Goddamn! Don't tell me it's about power. There's not. Oh, Switch isn't powerful enough to run Persona 3 Reload. I don't even. Try that nonsense. Yes, they could put Persona 3 Reload on Switch if they really wanted to. It's not there because they don't want to do it. Because they don't want to. There's not. Look, the reason isn't because it's not feasible. It's because they don't want to do it. It doesn't like. How can you put goddamn Hogwarts Legacy on Switch, but you can't put Persona 3 Reload on Switch? That makes no sense. It's just like how people said Persona 5. People said for years, Persona 5 can't run on Switch. Persona 5 can't run on Switch. I'm trying not to swear. It was 5 goddamn years of that. It was 5 goddamn years of Persona 5 can't run on Switch until it did.
I'm not making any power argument or anything. I'm just saying that Persona 3 Reload will be on the Switch platform. Will be on the Nintendo platform. I'm not.
Well, why is it not on Switch? Why are they not releasing it on Switch? In my opinion, they have cut the sales potential of Persona 3 Reload like by 50% by not having it on Switch. And it would sell 50% more if it was on Switch. In my opinion, 50% of the sales would be from Switch if they had released it on Switch.
I will agree with that because of the timetable of when it's being released. So yes, I will agree with you there.
Right, so when this comes out, when this game comes out in Japan,
yes, they will get more sales.
I think Atlus is thinking this game is, in my opinion, it's going to be like, I think their expectations for it are like more, they haven't said, right? But you can infer that they think that their expectations are probably for Persona 3 Reload is probably multiple millions, not just one or two.
I don't believe that Atlus thinks that way. I don't.
What?
Here's why. Here's why, and then I'll put myself on mute. And then here's why. Because you can't say this game's going to sell multiple millions and then want to put it in the same month as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and right before and right after your other Sega IP. So there's no way that Atlus thinks this is going to sell multiple millions when it's competing with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the most anticipated game. Reload is not the most anticipated game. Final Fantasy Rebirth is the most anticipated game. And then a week after, Yakuza 7 Infinite Wealth, which is also another RPG. It's not like it's an action game. It's an RPG.
Unicorn Overload is in March.
And then you got Unicorn Overload. So
it's making... Who the goddamn hell is making Like a Dragon 8? Who is making Like a Dragon? Who is making and publishing that game, Vinny Mac? Whose decision was to put it right next?
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I'm not arguing that point. My argument is if you're saying that Atlus believes they're going to sell multiple million, I'm saying they can't believe they're going to be selling multiple million because they are chopping up. Forget the Switch. The placement of the game alone says you're not going to sell multiple millions.
I asked this man
hope that this game has legs, and that game is not going to have legs. That's why I'm saying that the game is eventually going to have to come on the Switch. If they are selling multiple millions, it has to come on the Switch in the future. It has to do it.
I asked Vinny Mac to come in here and defend Atlus, and he's saying the opposite.
Final Fantasy VII, and then you got Overlord Unicorn.
Overlord Unicorn.
So now, as promised, I'm going to put myself on mute.
Okay, you don't have to mute yourself, Vinny Mac, but okay. Vinny Mac, thank you. I was going to say overcall Unilight. Overcall Unilight? What did he say?
I don't know how much they expect from Reload because it's also launching in the same time frame as Metaphor. So I don't
Metaphor?
know. Same year as Metaphor.
Oh yeah, the same year.
technically.
Sorry, yeah, no, yeah, same year.
Because
I definitely
like I
think
have
they think
seen-
it's multiple. There's no way they think this is gonna sell like 1 million or 1.5 million. I think.
would say.
Come
I'll
on.
let you.
I think no. I'm gonna let you speak because I'm speaking too much. I think Atlus is like if they thought that Soul Hackers 2 was gonna sell 700,000 in like 6 months. There's no way that they think that Persona is their strongest IP. That they think it's not gonna do at least as well as that. What is everyone smoking here? I don't what's going on? Like, yes,
Well,
they think
clearly,
it's gonna sell multiple. Yes, they think it's gonna sell multiple. I think that they think this is gonna be an LTD of 3-4 million. That's what I think Atlus thinks. No, I'm not saying that that's what this game could achieve or this possible. And I know it's in that Vinnie Mac is making good points. Like, why is it in this crowded window? Why are you releasing it right next to Like a Dragon as your own goddamn game? Why? It makes no sense.
Well, I can answer that because it needs to be on the 2023 fiscal books.
But no, I know
so
that.
it needs
Yes.
to release in this year, or else you have to expense it for next year, and they don't want to do that. So
yeah,
they gotta come out so you can get
I
it
know
off
that's
books.
why this. Yeah. It's a good point. Why there's a whole bunch of games
Yes.
like in that time period, but I feel like they should have planned things out better so that they weren't all cramped like that, and they could have spread the but that's another point really. That could they have spread the games out more if. Could they have released some earlier and could they release the game earlier and stuff like that? But I mean that they didn't choose to do that. They wanted it all before the end of the fiscal year, and that's why they're all next to each
Yakuza
other.
8 should be a 2023 game, even if that is December. So because then you have that 1-2 punch with man that erased his name, and then that leads right into that. There would have been a good maybe 1-2 punch, and then you would have gave everybody some space.
I think that would have been too close because you already had earlier this year as well.
Well, I mean, you could have said that you had the like a dragon, the man that erased his name. You play that game. You already have the demo of it, so maybe you play the first 2 hours of the game. You save your data, and then a month later, then you buy the game. So because those two games synergize well anyway. I mean, I think one leads into the other. It would be the perfect sort of it markets itself.
Oh, I need to head out, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, thanks, Mousy.
Bye,
Catch
Mousy.
you later.
You are great as always.
Bye. See you guys.
Bye. I think Mousy got into a boss battle in Persona 5 Tactica, and she needs to concentrate, so she don't want to talk to her.
Yeah, I just had my first battle too. So that's what I'm thinking when it comes down to this. I think Yakuza 8, because that game is probably already done. Move that up. No need for February. That could have come out in December, and then you give everybody some time to breathe. Huh?
Okay, but I don't know if you could have put the Gaiden and 8 that close to each other. To be honest with you,
Isn't the game like a 10-hour game? It is.
But I mean, in terms of like marketing and selling it like that close, not the length of the game. I mean,
right, but I'm saying if this game released when, in late October, early November?
It just released like last week?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Two weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that you could not have released Yakuza 8 in December?
They could.
It needs to wait till late January to release this game. You need 2 months to kind of space this game out.
I mean, they could have. I mean, we not knowing, obviously dev time, but just assuming that it's done. They could have done, but maybe they just wanted more room in between it, I guess.
I did not play Man That Erased His Name. I think Red Hood, I know you dabbled in it, and I think you may have know more about the demo. But I thought that was a slice, like a curated slice made to be a demo. But it seems like now there's actually real gameplay that's actually baked into the game. I don't know.
I'll be right. You guys carry on. I'll be right back in a second.
So Red Hood, I know that you wanted to jump in, and we kept cutting you off. I'm sorry about that. Go on, please say your piece.
the more I think about it, I mean, I definitely do agree, like you said, about, wanting to release it so they don't have to, the whole books or whatever. I kind of agree with Jody. I think they want P3 Reload to sell maybe a few million, probably like 2 or 3. But at best, I would say Reload might make at least 1 million by the end of this year. Or, at the other worst, either it bombs or it sells okay.
See, so I believe that people do research things that they want. So regardless of marketing, and I believe that marketing really is effective for people in the middle. So if I am not interested in the game, I don't care how great the marketing is, you're not going to pull me into something that I have no interest in, and then the other way around. If I'm interested in it, there's no bad marketing that's going to say, you know what, I was interested, I'm no longer getting it. Marketing works for people in the middle. So if we agree that people don't research things. So I'm going to go with what you guys say. You guys say, well, people tend not to research what they know. They just go with whatever is in front of them. If Xbox is marketing P5T and that didn't do well, why would Persona 3 Reload, that is also being marketed by Xbox, do well? What is changing between those two? If we're saying that we expect P5 per the Persona 3 to sell 2 to 3 million, and it's the marketing that's done by Xbox because everything's marketed by Xbox. But we see P5T that's over 50,000. Between 4 platforms, and this selling on 3 platforms. Why are we expecting P3 to sell better? I think it would sell probably a little bit more than this, maybe first week, and that's why I'm expecting less than 1 million first year. That's my thing. I think it's going up against some big hitters. Those are going to take money away. You really got Infinite Wealth and Final Fantasy. A lot of people are going to buy those 2 games. I know I'm buying Grand Blue Fantasy. I'm gonna pass on this and wait for Final Fantasy. So I don't know. I don't know how we're expecting 2-3 million first year when we all know that RPGs are very top heavy. So they have high highs and then they drop like a stone. And that next week, because everybody beats it, everybody puts the movies up on YouTube, and if you're interested in the game, interested in cutscenes, you just watch the cutscenes anyway. And now I have no reason to play the game. So I don't know. I don't know where that 2 million is coming from. I'm saying less than 1 million first year.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's your opinion?
I mean, I definitely do agree. That does sound like what it could sell out to be. I mean, they haven't really actually said how much they wanted to make, other than maybe the best guess is 1 million. I mean, it might sell okay. I mean, that's probably the safer route. I mean,
well, our queen is saying multiple millions. I don't know. I'm looking forward to when she gets back so she can defend where that's coming from and what data point she's looking at that says, yeah, I understand that Xbox is doing the marketing. Yeah, we know the Japanese is going down and there's no Switch, but this game's going to sell 2-3 million first year. I'm interested in seeing her methodology on this and where that's
what she said, that what Atlus wants it to sell like, not what it is going to sell.
I think she said it's going to sell about 2-3 million first year.
Well, we'll just have to wait, for.
Yeah, we'll have to wait. The one time I want to ask, the one time now I want her to talk, she's not here.
Yeah, but like what I thought about your comment about like last week when we did the show, and it got me thinking, because I'm kind of slow thinking sometimes. Is that I'm just, because one hand I love Persona 3, and I'm excited for the remake no matter what, and with all of the issues a lot of people have with it, like the whole definitive pipe dream and, killing off, the FemC, fans that would instantly buy the game if she's in it. I mean, I've seen plenty of comments on that.
Not this. I swear to God, if they put FemC DLC... Sorry, I interrupted, but if they do it, I'm going to go... Anyway. Sorry.
Yeah, here we go. So, see, just red meat, but go ahead. Please finish up your point.
And honestly, just got me thinking, besides like slightly more content, like leaked episodes or slightly better stuff, and the quality of life updates that Fez and Portable brought in, besides like new fans and hardcore fans, I guess I just don't see any weights that Reload's going to really stand on besides the big ones that they're not going to do.
Yes,
Honestly.
I agree with you on that. I've been thinking about how could they have done this. Now you are creating two different versions of the game, because if you play portable and then you play P3 vanilla, and then let's say you want to add in Fez, you are now creating three different games, unless you want to merge the games into one where your main or female character doesn't really mean anything. So everybody levels up the same. So you don't romance the women versus romance the men. I think they're taking that away anyway. I think they all have their own
Hell nah.
social links anyway. I think they already demonstrated that you'll be able to social link to everybody. So I think they all have like a level 10. So maybe that's how they can do it. But
some of the fancy stuff and put it through Makoto.
Yeah, so maybe just switch some things around. Maybe you don't date everybody, but there are clear differences between the two games. So you have to create two games. Whatever. That's not the point. I one of the few times I agree with Jody. I do think that Persona 5 did way overperform. So if she's saying that it's going to sell 2-3 million copies,
yes, Persona 5 hella overperformed, right? There's no way they thought it was going to sell what it eventually did sell. They didn't make that game thinking that was going to happen. And I think it was, and I said before, I think it was right time, right place, with the market conditions as it was then, was why that game did so well, okay? And I've explained this before, so I'm not going to get crazy. I'm not going to get crazy into that. It's yet to be seen whether that could be replicated with a Persona 6, considering that the JRPG audience is now not concentrated on PlayStation 4, but is diffuse. Okay? And the game is going to... you say, oh no, where's my... You're making it... No, I can almost guarantee that game is going to have Xbox marketing. Okay? There's no way that... Microsoft made that deal with Sega and Atlus, and it didn't include the next mainline Persona games. I think it's going to have Xbox marketing as well. That's the other thing. We've got to see how much that marketing, how that marketing affects things. But yes, they because of that, their expectations are now like, a brand new Persona, it's gonna sell 5 million within a year of it releasing, which is Final Fantasy numbers. That's what that is. That is Final Fantasy numbers. Their heads are so big now, are so in the clouds, that they're like, yeah, we're like as big as Final Fantasy now, definitely. And that's partly because Final Fantasy is, it's kind of declined and stuff like that. We're big as Final Fantasy now. Of course we're going to sell 5 million within the first year. And it says within the first year. I assume they mean year to date as in 365 days and not fiscal year, because then that would be... Vinnie Mac and I discussed that, and I think they mean like 365 days, year to date, is what I think they mean. Hello over performance. Now, I know Red Hood, you also said that maybe that Persona 5 was lightning in a bottle, and they can't replicate that.
I really definitely believe that, because let's say hypothetically Persona 6 released on every system, Switch to whatever, just hypothetical. Persona 6 has to blow people's socks off like Persona 5 did, because if it doesn't, or it doesn't matter if it's on every system, it will sell, but probably not the numbers they think it's going to be.
I think
at a time where there's no other competition. So 2025 will probably be a good year. We already agreed to that, because you got P3 and then got Metaphor coming out. It's supposedly coming out in 2024. So you need great market conditions for that, which is why, if they're looking at 5 million, if they're being serious with it, it's going to come out on the Switch. It's going to be a cross-platform. Whatever cross-platform is.
I think their heads are big enough that that's not going to happen, because Persona 5 achieved what it did mostly on the PlayStation 4 at the time. And now it got released later.
Sure.
And I don't think that they think Switch is necessary. Now, I know you and I are sitting here from saying, well, logically, you're probably going to need the Switch because what's going on in Japan, and how the JRPG audience is no longer concentrated on PlayStation. It just isn't, and PlayStation SIE leadership has been drifting away or have long drifted away from that type of trying to appeal to anybody that's really in those type of games in any big way. There's been very small presence of those games in their promotions. In their digital presentations. There's been I would say a lot smaller presence for like small AA JRPGs in their things. There's been a few AA ones. They have done stuff with Square Enix and stuff like that.
Well, it really does depend on how the game looks. So if the game is Persona but looks like a dragon, then yeah,
it's not going to look like that. It's still going to be a cell. Come on, Vinny Mac. It's going to be cell shaded. It's going to be a cell shaded game in the same. It's going to look like Persona 5, Persona 3, Persona and Metaphor. It's going to look like that, but it's going to be in 4K. That's what it's going to look like.
Okay, that's not 5 million on PlayStation alone.
I don't think so. It's not going to be PlayStation alone. They already said multi-platform. They said multi-platform.
They have to have these numbers.
They have to have what? Sorry. No, you go ahead.
They have to have this insider data that shows what the layman person already sees. So if they see that the PlayStation market is slowly going down, the lay person can see that. So of course these big publishers, they have far more detailed information. So I don't see how they can think that, well, we're going to be able to sell 5 million on PlayStation alone.
Yes, they have way more. Yeah, we can see just with publicly available data what's going. Yeah, you're right. If we can see with publicly available data what is going on, then they, with way more detailed data and all the digital information and stuff that we don't have, must have way more of an insight than what we do. Yeah, I agree. But they still, with all the information, decided not to put Persona 3 Reload and Metaphor on the Switch. So help me make that make sense. Whilst you're thinking about that, I need to read some of these comments because I'm like hella behind. Let me just read a few comments for you, Mac. Solid Python was talking about Naruto and the English cast. Okay, you think that My Hero of Arena Fighter is whatever. Okay, I don't know. And my Solid Python made a joke about satisfy the diehards, which DAI, obviously referring to Adventure of Die. Yeah, I did see that earlier. It's funny. Rolucci says, welcome Rolucci. Rolucci says, I hope Persona 6 is 2025. I have enough I'm excited for in 2024. Plus, I still need to see how it'll be different from Persona 3, 4, and 5. It will be like Persona 3, 4, and 5, but with a different cast and setting and themes. But it will be like those games. I don't think it will be significantly different, if that's what you mean. It's going to be different in terms. It's going to be a completely different story and cast and setting and stuff like that. But it will still be high schoolers in Japan. So you need to, people need to get over that. Like, there's no way. It's going to be high schoolers in Japan. They're not making it in like a university in like goddamn United States or something. They're not doing that.
They can, unless they're changing what Persona means. So usually with Persona 3, 4, and 5, 4 and 5 a little bit more, but 3 kind of had his own thing. Since 3 was more about accepting your death and all that, 4 was about understanding who you are and coming to terms with who you are, and 5 was against, I guess, a little bit more like 4, kind of understanding who you are and this is who you want to be. Though those are still tween to teenage.
Right? Yeah, no, you're right. They're coming of
trying to figure out.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's like a coming of age thing. So it's like they're coming of age themes. So they're still going to be like a. I don't think there's going to be like a significant difference. Like, and it's not going to be high. I don't know, because there's people out here begging. Oh, not begging, but there's some voices saying, "Oh, adult cast," like that. When the games have been selling well with the teenage cast, and they make listen. Atlus is
talking about divorcing and crippling debt, and I can't buy a house, and I'm unemployed. Sure, you can have a Persona game that talks about all that. That I don't think that's gonna be very fun to play.
I don't think that's what they're going to do, and it's about when you're playing a game, it's escapism, right?
Yeah.
So like, not everybody who plays those Persona games are literally exactly the same age as the characters in the game. That they're all teenagers. The majority of people are older than that. It's just you're just playing a fantasy. So I don't, and like I said, like the games that had had some adult characters in there, like Persona 2, whatever it is, they didn't sell as well.
It was Eternal Punishment that had mostly an adult cast, and that was the first game the female protagonist was a thing.
Right, so, and that game didn't do as well. So, I don't know, I think people need to... I need to get over it, because if you're expecting Persona 6 to be an adult cast, I think you're going to end up being disappointed. And I think it just doesn't even really matter that way.
It doesn't help that since the first Persona game, well, I should say in Inception, always took place in high school. It was only until Eternal Punishment they didn't do that, and then they went back with it with Persona 3, There's other much you could do about it. I mean, sure, they might have some adult characters, but majority, probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
Did their age matter to the story? Were they like adults for a reason?
I'm trying to remember, because unfortunately, I never played the older games, but I think it was because they were already adults at that point of time. I don't know.
Okay, I was just wondering because sometimes the age feeds into the narrative, so there's a reason why. Like Yakuza. I mean, you can't have a bunch of teenagers that doesn't really fit with the narrative, but sometimes their age feeds into why they're doing what they're doing. So I thought for Persona 2, there was a reason why these were adults as opposed to kids or a mix or whatever.
I think you need to expect it to be a bunch of high schoolers in Japan. Like if Atlus did deviate very, very significantly from that, then that's in a situation where maybe that would affect sales in a not positive way. Maybe it would negatively affect sales, because all their successful games had those settings, and it's the whole thing of them even though we've seen the decline of PlayStation and these games were PlayStation exclusive, they still only made them for the Japanese market. They're not making now I think now they are these sell really well in the West, but hopefully they'll be okay, when we made it just like the game we wanted to make for Japan, it sold the best. So they do that. I feel like if they are, I don't think Atlus listens to their fans that much anyway. If they listen to the fans and they're we're certain fans anyway, it's not everyone, that say, oh, you need to change, you need to do this, it needs to be adult cast, because I've heard this adult cast thing come up so many times that I'm like, what? How would that in your opinion, how would that improve the game or make it better or?
I know the few reasons why, and I already told you one of them.
Okay. So, to summarize, being safe for work, and summarize why people want an adult. Why they want an adult cast? They want an adult cast so they can thirst for their waifus without feeling icky.
Yeah.
Right. That's the way. Come on, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I was gonna say there's a few more.
Okay, go for it. Tell me.
The others were sick of playing as nothing but high school students, and the third one it has to do with Persona 5, and it's gonna. I mean, you haven't played it, right?
Well, don't spoil it. I don't.
Well, it has to do with a few social links. No main plot or anything. But is it okay if I can go ahead?
Oh, I know what I know what it is. I actually know what it is.
Okay.
It's there's a romance with an adult character, right?
Not just adult characters.
Yeah. Okay. No. So
minor. That's
right.
A lot of people were icky with that.
Okay. No, I know this. There's that. So all the things why they want an adult cast is to do with simping and how they want to play as the character, at the end of the day, it's fictional, right? It's not real. They want to play as a character dating an adult and not feel icky as well. That's what it's got to do with at the end of the day. Which if those are the reasons, if it's really those are the main reasons, then that's ridiculous, because that's not it's going to improve the game. It's about about how you're feeling inside, about being you know, whatever fantasies you have and what you want to do without feeling icky. Like, like, come on, man. Is that it really? That's the reasons for it? 'Cause that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why I read from comments. You know, not feeling as icky, and you know they were sick of playing as the high school student.
Okay, the whole thing of being sick of playing as you know, high school students. Okay, that's valid if you feel like you don't want to play with high school students, but like these other things that the Persona games have in common, like they're all set in Japan, and the characters for the most part are all Japanese. So you could say, well, I'm sick of playing as in Japan. Let's go to another country or something, which they could do.
Which technically 5 was supposed to be like
They kind of want to do that with they kind of want to do that at 5, and they didn't do it.
No, I think it had to do with the earthquake that happened in Japan that made them want to go.
Yeah. So
ironically,
yeah, and ironically, by doing that, they literally they wanted to focus on Japan. They made it even more Japanese, and it made it sell more. So why would they then do the opposite of that? The thing that makes it really Japanese is the fact that it is all high schoolers, because that's what people want in Japan. Like, I don't know what. I don't know, man. Maybe they will change. Maybe the next game will be an adult cast outside of Japan. I don't know, but I am doubting it. I am doubting it. Especially when you look, okay, we've licensed the game. They licensed the game to Perfect World to make this mobile game. They could have put new cast in, adult cast in there. No, did they do that? No. To do the high schoolers again. So why would they then make Persona 6 be something completely different that made them money? I don't know. Alice are dumb, but are they that dumb? I don't know what that meme is you've posted there. I've never seen that before in my life.
And that's from Phineas and Ferb.
From what?
Phineas and Ferb, the TV show that Disney did a few years back.
Dennis what?
What?
You'd have to spell it out to me, because I didn't quite catch what you said the title of it was. But anyway, here it is. It's S to the I to the M to the P.
Yeah.
I'll have to see this in context, because it looks funny. But J2 Blue says, in all seriousness, I also think having adult characters is easy to relate to them because you're an adult. At least that would be my reason. I understand that. That is understandable. But like I said before, the majority of the Persona audience are not teenagers. They are not the age of the characters, right? Some are, but the characters are like 15, 16, 17 maybe, right? They're normally around 16. The majority of the audience is not the exact age of that. They're mostly older. Most of the people that play Persona in Japan, there's a whole bunch of young adults. They're not the exact age, right? So this is what I mean. It's like, are they making the game teenagers because they think all the people playing it are like the exact age of the protagonists in the game? I don't think so. Right? I understand being able to relate to the characters. Now, I don't know how old you are, J2, but they could make the characters, for example, they could make the characters like young adults. Let's say, 20, 21, early 20s, right? Me personally, I'm not in my early 20s. I am way older than that, right? It doesn't mean that I would not be able to relate to characters in their early 20s. Do you see what I mean? And I think there's themes in Persona that are universal to just humanity, right? Which is why they're popular around the world. I am not a Japanese high schooler, okay? But I can still relate to the themes in the game. Do you see what I mean? I've spoken to people, like, going off topic a little bit. I've spoken to people about, like, anime, right? So I spoke to someone, a Japanese person about. I was like, oh, I'll be like this anime, teasing master Takaki-san. I don't know why I find that hard to say. Anyway, they said to me, "Oh, that is so Japanese, though. It's like they're middle schoolers. It's funny anime. They're middle schoolers, and there's lots of things that are really, really." And I was like, no, actually, like the stuff that happens in the show is like it happens like here, and I guess here in the UK and other parts of the world, other parts of the world. It's about like kids growing up together and like feelings of liking each other and like teasing and all that type of thing. I think it's universal, which is why it's popular overseas, you know. And I think that's the reason, like because of themes that are just relate to everybody, right? Even though there's things like there might be cultural things in there but I mean, they're in school. School's not that crazy different in Japan than it is in the West. There's some things that are different, like when they go in, you know, some cultural things, like when they go into school, they change their shoes, they wear different shoes. The kids all clean the schools. They do in the UK. They don't do that. You know, I remember speaking to Japanese people before, and they're like, "What's it? You've got cleaners? Is it you live in some rich country that you've got cleaners to clean the school?" I was like, "No, not really." But yeah, I mean, it's in Asia. That's what they do. The kids clean the school. It makes them more like disciplined and care about the environment and stuff like that. They all clean the school. They don't hire cleaners like we have here. The kids do it. There's things like that you'll see. But I mean, apart from that, why? You see how this music stopped again? This is annoying me. But apart from that, there's things that are universal. So I think there's themes and stuff that universally you can relate to as just being a human, and things that are entertaining, like the fantasy elements and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why, even though that it's in a completely different setting, completely different country, completely different culture, you can still relate to it as a human, is what I think. Because even if, like I said, even if they made it young adults, I am not a goddamn a Japanese young Japanese person who's grown up in Japan, and I could play the games and relate to it. Okay, I'm a middle-aged black woman in the UK. I can still relate to it because it's themes that are universal. Is what I mean. In fact, the majority of the games that I play, or anything I play, or any media I consume, the vast majority of it, I am not represented at all. Right, growing up, I was no representation of anyone that looked like me, almost nothing, right? But I didn't mean I couldn't relate to some things, right? Now, it's good if you do have representation, right? I definitely agree with that. It's good if you did have representation, but it doesn't mean you can't relate. You still can't relate to some common themes, you know, of love and loss and happiness and sorrow and that sort of thing, which is why you've got stories from like hundreds of years ago that are still popular. Well, hundreds of years ago, the cultures were so different and things were so, the way people spoke was different, but we can still relate to those stories. We can relate to, the Greek, the ancient Greek stories, right? The plays. We can relate to all of those plays from like 1,000 years ago. People, they still perform those plays and stuff like that. They perform Shakespeare. It's a completely different culture. People speak completely differently, but you can still relate to some themes in it. Do you see what I mean? Anyway, that's what I think. Anyway, why has this goddamn music stopped? Okay. Yes, Red Hood Vinnie Mac. What would you like to say on that? Oh no, wait, hold up. Before you do that, sorry. Before you do that, I'm just gonna do a couple more of these comments. J Alpha said, I was listening to a podcast where one person asked the other if they played Persona 5T or any Persona game, and they struggled to say that they don't play weeb games. What were you listening to? Oh, okay, people say that they don't play weeb games. And like I said, I remember there's certain slurs people used to say. Damn it, I realised your meme joke, and thank you.
I finally realized what it was referring to. I feel so kind of dumb.
What's it referring to?
Into the P. See the words that are highlighted?
No, I know. I can see it says simp. You didn't realise that?
Yeah, I just realized that. I'm kind of dumb.
Okay. It's okay. But I've not seen what that is actually from.
It's from Phineas and Ferb. I grew up watching that show.
Oh, Phineas and Ferb. Yeah, I've never seen it. I get it. It's like, some things that. I mean, like, we've established that you are in your very early 20s. Okay, I am a lot older than you, so I did not grow up with that. I've heard of it though. Let's see. Rolucci says on YouTube, it's a shame Persona 5T has low sales, especially since it's a fun game. I think Atlus was expecting PQ sales numbers. If Atlus expected P4D numbers, they're losing touch. Like I said, I think what they wanted was PQ numbers, right? Which was like what was it, 180,000, wasn't it? I think they wanted that. Now P4D was it was under 100,000, but I think they wanted over 100,000 first week, and they were like thinking, well, it's Persona 5. Why would not using the Persona 5 brand, and again as a chibi thing, not sell more than Persona Q, which was only on one platform. So I think yes, they did think it was going to sell at least that. Not Persona mainline Persona numbers. I think they thought it was going to sell Persona Q numbers. So I agree, and I said it earlier. Persona Q numbers is what I think they wanted. And 50,000 ain't it. There's no way they made that game thinking, yes, it's going to sell 50,000 first week in Japan. No, I don't think they thought that was going to happen. I think they thought 150,000 plus. I think that's what they had in mind for first week. I don't think. No. So you can say, oh, it's a budget game or whatever. It doesn't mean they didn't have expectations within reason. And I think aiming for Persona Q was within reason for a Persona spin-off, in my opinion. So thank you very much for the comment, Rolucci. Oh God, how do I get back to that window? Okay. J2 Blue says Persona 6 will be like 5, but green high schoolers and new characters. Lol. Yeah, so like you mean like the main like accent colours or whatever they use. Yeah, I mean it might be. I know people speculated that based on some promotional art that was used for the 25th anniversary. It's possible. I mean they've used. I mean you can look at the colours that are already used, and they've already gone through the primary colours, haven't they? So yeah, they've already gone through the primary colours, and well, yeah, then it makes sense that they would go to secondary colours, right? So maybe. I mean, they literally. It's red, blue, yellow. What was the other ones?
Blue was orange and purple was one.
Okay, so the first two were secondary colours, and then they went to primary colours. Then there's only one more primary colour left, isn't there? Red, hang on, it's red, blue, yellow. What's the other primary? No, there's only 3. Sorry, there's 3 primary colours, right?
Yes, there's only 3.
So they've already gone through the primary colours, so then yeah, it has to be a secondary colour that they would go for. So green makes sense.
Let me jump in before I have to get going myself, and I appreciate the opportunity as always.
Sure.
So we kind of talked about this before, but I was interested in kind of having a conversation on this. So if we are in agreement that Persona 5 tactics, marketing, presentation, the methods were poor to result in 50,000 sales between 4 consoles if you want to count the Xbox. Why are you predicting that Persona 3 Reload is going to sell better if the marketing methods are the same?
Are you really asking that?
Yeah.
Why do you think Persona 3 Reload would sell more than Persona 5 Tactica? Are you really asking that? You haven't figured that out? You can't think of that? Are you being serious? I mean, yes, I guess you are. Okay.
I mean, kind of obvious. It plays like Persona 5.
It's way more similar to Persona 5, which is the most popular one. In fact, they've taken Persona 3 and made it just way more similar to Persona 5. They've modernized it in terms of some of the mechanics, and they streamlined it and quality of life and all that type of thing. They've made it.
Sure, we have already discussed that most people don't do research on things that they're looking for. So if the marketing in front of me is Xbox, just like the marketing in front of me for P5T was Xbox, why is now P3 going to sell better if the marketing is the same?
Because the anticipation and what people want is way more with Persona 3 Reload. And they revealed both the games at the same time, and everyone was talking about not so much metaphor. There wasn't really as much talk about metaphor because I guess it's further away, and it's a new IP and it's an unknown quantity. So all the talk was about Persona 3 Reload, and people were just like, there wasn't really much talk about, like, when I say talk, I mean like buzz or hype or something like that, right? For Persona 5 Tactica, people anticipating Reload. Reload was, when Atlus did their fraudulent surveys, right? What came up on there was that the Persona title that people most wanted to see a remake for was 3, right? And the reasons for that basically was because people wanted, there's no definitive way to play the definitive edition of the game. I think people wanted a definitive version of Persona 3, which is why they wanted that one so much. So Atlus has remade it, but it's not definitive. We know that it's not gonna have FMC, etc. Why? Okay, it's the X
exclusive.
So they have. Yeah. So you're saying they both have Xbox? Both have Xbox marketing. Why would one sell more than the other?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Because let me back up a bit. Let me back up a bit, because I do believe that people tend to research if they're interested in something. So I do believe it is going to sell better because people do the research. But we have talked about multiple times that most people don't. So if the marketing in front of me, it just shows Xbox, just like the marketing in front of me shows P5T is Xbox, why would the marketing be different in terms of sales if all I'm looking at is Xbox?
Right. The thing is that Persona 3 Reload is a fundamentally more appealing game than Persona 5 Tactica. Right off the bat. Hang on. Irregardless of marketing, right? Irregardless of marketing, just the games based on their own merits. Persona 3 Reload is more appealing to people. Right.
So
when it comes,
the average person would do research.
Hang on. No. The average people don't do research for the games. But what I'm saying is, just on the baseline, if you just had those two games in isolation, regardless of the marketing, Persona 3 Reload would always sell more than Persona 5 Tactica. It's more appealing and it looks more like Persona 5, which is the best-selling game. Persona P5T is, first of all, it's a tactics game, which immediately makes it, more niche because there's less tactics games in general are less popular, right? Just right off the bat, and it's not a mainline game. It's just like a sub story, kind of based on the original Persona 5. It's not like a continuation of still a sequel like a Strikers, right? It's not like that. And then there's people that don't jive with the chibi art style. Redwood says, unfortunately I got to go. Oh, let me just read his comment quickly. Unfortunately I got to go, but I will say this: if Reload does bomb, I don't think it'll bomb. I believe it's because they're too faithful in content, maybe in its story. I don't think it'll bomb. I just don't think it will overperform. I think it will just be fine.
I don't think it's going to hit.
I think it's not. I think it's going to overperform. That's the difference. I don't think it's going to bomb.
So I also have to go as well. But my argument has always been, I believe that if I'm interested in Persona 3 Reload, if I see a commercial, I'm interested. I'm going to do research. So I'm going to find out that it's on my platform of choice. There has been conversation
that's
I think there has been conversation that people don't do that. So which is fine. I'm going to.
I think most people don't see an advert and say, and let me make sure that it is only on that platform. I think they just see it and take it for what it is.
So
that's why that marketing works. That's why people want that. I mean Xbox is doing it. They know it's multi-platform, but they want people to. They want Persona to be associated only with Xbox.
So if I'm going to agree with your point, so for the sake of conversation, I'm going to agree with you. We are not going to do any research. So I'm just going with what marketing I see. So if I see P3 with Xbox marketing on it, why would that do much better than P5T that also had Xbox marketing on it? What
Because-
what caused PlayStation sales to go up?
Because at a baseline, right? At a baseline, without any marketing, Persona 3 Reload is more appealing and would always sell more than than P5T, right? So then if they didn't have both, they both got Xbox marketing, and look at the fact that P3R overshadowed P5T from the beginning because they were both revealed at the same time, right? So if you take a baseline and just say, without any marketing, the games would sell. I'm just making up numbers for the sake of this argument, yeah. So so P5T would sell 1 million, and P3R would sell 2 million, right? Yeah. So that's just that. I think one would always sell more. So then you put Xbox marketing on top of it. So you've got the same situation. You have the exact same situation, right? Where one P3R would always sell more. It'll be more. It's a more appealing game than Persona 5 Tactica. But with Xbox marketing on top, you end up suppressing sales on non-Xbox platforms because of the association people have, and people just not doing basic research to see what platform something's on. Especially when you're talking into you will get the niche, the hardcore people, the hardcore JRPG fans, the hardcore Atlus fans. They will come, but they're trying to get people beyond that and get casuals that just like, oh, I've heard of Persona, let me get that. And that's how Persona 5 managed to sell. Well, along with the fact that the way they released it multiple times was fraudulent, and you could anyway. That's how Persona 5 managed to get beyond that, because they managed to get some of that more casual audience, and that more casual audience does not do research or anything like that. So I think, listen, we'll have to wait to see how Persona 3 Reload does, but I think that the Xbox marketing will suppress. I think that will suppress sales on non-Xbox platforms. Yes, like
Okay,
PlayStation.
I get what you're saying now.
That's just my
I better
opinion.
understand.
It's my opinion.
You're just saying by default, it's just going to sell better.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. By default, it would sell more because it's a more appealing product. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So what was confusing me was the Xbox methods are still suppressing sales. So if you're saying P5T just wasn't an appealing product compared to P3, then okay, well, fine. I'm on board with your argument then.
So I mean, it's my opinion. I would have to say more evidence. First of all, there's not enough evidence to say that Xbox marketing is definitely suppressing sales. Now we do have an example of where it did happen with Scarlet Nexus. It definitely did suppress sales of that game, especially in Japan. And that's why that never happened again. There was never another Bandai Namco game that had Xbox exclusive marketing. They just stopped, you know. And this is the first time since then that we've had like a JRPG style game with Xbox exclusive marketing on it. It's the first time.
Yeah, it will
since
be
then.
interesting.
Yeah.
As we walk into January, it will be interesting to see where everything comes out to.
Yeah.
So it is going to be an interesting time to pay attention to those sales.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate it. Thank you as always.
Thank you so much for stimulating conversation. Vinny Mac, thank you for coming through, and enjoy the rest of your day and your holiday. I guess
you do the same.
You're on holiday in the States.
Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too. Let's wrap up these comments and then wrap up the show. J. Arthur says via Discord, there was a Reddit rumor that the color will be black and that's two colors, isn't it? And I don't want to be, you know, technically black and white are not colors technically. I know, but we call them colors colloquially. Yeah, I mean it could be. Who knows? One interesting thing is that P5T was in a lot of YouTuber videos as a sponsor, which I don't think any other Atlus game has done. J. Arthur, you came with a good point right at the end. Yes, it was. Now, Atlus seems to have changed some of their policies in regard to how they deal with like content creators and stuff like that, because this was in one of the videos that David Cast JRPGs made a couple of videos back or something, where David said that he was not going to be able to get a review copy of Persona 5 Tactica. I don't know if that's still the case, but he said that at that time. And yeah, so it's just like companies giving the copies early, review copies early. It means that when the game releases, that content creators are able to have their videos up exactly when it releases, so that it's relevant, you know, and more people, because more people are looking for it and it gets more traction and so on. And it makes sense because it's, you know, it's when most people are looking for content about their games is when they come out. So what they've done, instead of going to the small content creators, like David's channel, there's smaller channels that are like, you know, more focused on Atlus or JRPGs or something. They've gone to like bigger channels, right? So the only one I saw, because I'm trying not to watch crazy amount of YouTube videos anymore, the only one I saw was the Spawn Wave one. I'm gonna tell you something now. I don't know how interested, like personally, John from Spawn Wave is in that game, but you know, it's I understand that it's a bag. He had to, you know, who wouldn't do that, right? But what I'm saying is he has I'm not sure how many subscribers he's got. It's quite a lot, right? And then on OJ's stream the other day, OJ from Play Essence, he said that he did not get a sponsorship, and I think he also didn't get like a review copy, and he thought the reason was that his channel wasn't big enough. And he's like 100,000 plus subscribers, but he doesn't have as much as like Spawn Wave, or I think, you know, some other channels with more subscribers got them. And he said maybe it was that reason. But he has worked with Atlus before. He did like a live stream when it was SMT5. He did a promotion on Twitch. So he has worked with them before, but if they've changed their policies that they're only going with really, really big, much bigger channels, which it seems, I think it's a mistake for them to do that. I think what drove really the popularity of Atlus and Persona, Atlus games in general, was the small content creators that have been there like at the grassroots, like since the beginning, and then really once Persona 5 took off, they started saying, well, look, you like Persona 5, look at all these other amazing games that Atlus has made before Persona 5, have a look at this. And it was loads of content about that. And I think that, you know, so I think it's kind of a mistake to kind of like almost turn their back on the content creators and only go after the big channels now, because they've gone after, okay, well, logically go after the bigger channels with more subscribers, with more people, more eyes, and then more people watch it and more people will buy the game, right? That's the logic behind it. But it doesn't necessarily work out like that, because yes, those channels have way more subscribers, but it's a more general audience that are not necessarily interested in a Persona 5 tactical spin-off, whereas people like on those smaller channels that are dedicated to Atlus and JRPGs are probably like hyper interested in it, even if they're less interested in that than like a you know, Reloads or whatever. They're still very more interested in that. So they've done that. So they've gone with all those big channels and like paid them to do it. Whereas with the smaller channels, they don't necessarily pay them. They give them the game and give them you know, care packages with like promotional goodies in it, so they can make videos about it and post pictures on the social media and stuff. It's like that sort of thing, rather than, oh, here's a check, which is what I think they did with these big channels with the sponsorship, because the way they did it, they have to, you have to say, oh, it's a sponsorship, like they contractually obligated to say it's a sponsorship, and I think it's part of the YouTube rules as well, or something like that. That you have to, when it is a sponsored video, like, and you've actually got a sponsorship, you actually have to say what that is, right? So yeah, when I watched the Spawn Wave video, he said this video is sponsored by, and then he went on, that's the way he phrased it, that it was like sponsored like that. So that implies that he was paid, not just he was given a free game, because he wasn't like playing the game or doing a review of the game. It was just like, here's this game and I'm being sponsored. So it's like, yeah, I think they paid Spawnwave. Red Hood says Mr. Matty Plays had a P5T sponsorship but not David, which is odd. Yeah, so Mr. Matty Plays has like way more subscribers than David Cast JRPGs. I think that's the reason. Because like I said, OJ from Player Essence also didn't get one. He has like 100,000 subscribers. I don't know how many does Mr. Matty Plays have. It's a lot, right? Also, like, Mr. Matty Plays is kind of like an Xbox guy, so maybe they wanted the Xbox. Oh wait, let me search on here. So what am I doing? There's Windows open. Okay. I'm gonna catch up to the comments in a second. I need to see how many subscribers these people have. Mr. Matty Plays. I do watch Mr. Matty Plays. Not on this show. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Well, this is why he's got 542,000 subscribers. That's the reason. Good lord, I didn't know he had that many. So that's why. Like, if OJ has 100,000, he didn't have enough, right? How many does Spawnwave have? He's got to be at least 500,000. He's probably close to 1 million. Yeah, 700,000 for Spawnwave, who had a sponsorship. This is what I'm saying. David Cast JRPGs, I'm not sure, I can't remember how many subscribers he has. But he has not hit 100,000, you know, so they're going after the channels that have more subscribers. Rather than the I feel like rather than the grassroots channels that helped grow. I think they're kind of making a mistake. I think they should have sponsored some of those smaller channels, or not even do the like. I don't think the paid sponsorship was the way to go. I think having even if they went for the bigger channels, I think it would have been better if they did like, oh, here's the review copy and they're reviewing the game. It's kind of more like their honest opinions, and they can give their honest, like, more endorsement of the game and show you, oh, here's the game, rather than like, well, this thing's sponsored by. I don't know if they went about that the right way, and I think like the sales are gonna. I think we're gonna see with some of these sales that's coming through that it's not the right way to go with. It's my opinion. I think. You know, Red Hood, you say, yeah, and like you said, it's odd. Mr. Matty Plays has 542,000 subscribers. David has way less than that. Even though David is like at the grassroots, and he's been there for years, man, just promoting Atlus for free, literally for free. Promoting not their new games, going into their old games, doing reviews. He did reviews of games that had already been out. He went back and did reviews of games and stuff like that. Other channels did the same thing. There's other channels I watch. There's channels where they kind of deep dive into these Atlus games that were not that are on dead systems that they refuse to re-release, that they games that they haven't localized and all stuff like that. And it made people fans of Atlus in like Mega 10 in general, not just Persona. There's Mega 10 fans, right? That like all Mega 10 games, which Persona is part of. Obviously, it's part of that Megami Tensei franchise, but they're kind of like now more distinct. They're kind of more distinct now, and so I think like not working with those channels honestly was I think it's a bit of a mistake. It's my opinion. I think they should have at least tried to work with the smaller channels. Doing this thing and doing this sponsorship is kind of weird, and I think it's not going to work out. I feel we're probably going to see some of this reflected in the sales numbers, to be honest with you. So let's finish up and wrap up these comments. Rolucci on YouTube says, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm fine. Oh, I guess you mean I'm fine. Maybe it's a typo. I'm fine with the setting being similar to other Persona games. I'm more interested in changes to the gameplay, like with the improvements from 4 to 5. Okay, yeah. That'll be interesting to see. Definitely, I think they will have more, gameplay elements and change things up a bit, which would be interesting. I'm very interested in that as well. Walushi says, that being said, I'm not against another game with a similar setting to Catherine. Yeah, so maybe they have another project that's more like a Catherine in the works, right? We don't know. Obviously, that was a very different game, right? They could have something like that in the works. We don't know. I mean, Catherine was successful, and then they had Catherine Full Body, but there wasn't like a direct sequel to that, right? Catherine Full Body, they added in extra protagonist, an extra character and stuff. I know it was like a lot of extra content and stuff, but there wasn't like, it didn't even have to be a direct sequel, but like a follow-up to that game. I think the reason was that game was them testing out, like getting into HD development, because they hadn't done a HD game until that one. So that's, part of the reason. But it would be interesting to see if they went and did another game like that. They could do, but like I said, I think they are now like put all their eggs in the Persona basket, and I think it's going to be Persona from here on out. Like no SMT spin-offs, no weird, games like Catherine. I think the only thing we're going to see like that is going to be Metaphor, which they already had now it's been in development for years and years and years and years at this point. So anyway, thank you everyone for joining me today. This was an absolutely fascinating show. I really enjoyed this show, and everyone that joined me today, I enjoyed it so much. We've been going for 4 hours and that's with like how long did I do at the pre-show? It was like almost 2 hours, I guess, right? So the pre-show was also very fun. If you can join us for the pre-show, we have a fun time because we kind of say and do things that we don't necessarily do on this show. Okay, this show's a little bit more buttons down, but yeah, the other show, it's not really a show. It's just like us hanging out. Really, I say show. It's just us hanging out on the pre-show. So if you can join us for the pre-show, that's great. To check the link in the chat, the Streamlabs bot has dropped the link to join the Discord server, and you can call in via the Discord server as well. So yeah, so thank you to everyone who joined me. Thank you, Vinnie Mac. Thank you, Mousy. Thank you, Red Hood. Thank you, Kika, for joining me on the call today, including Kika, who it seems like he had just come out of a movie. Kika, you have to tell us later, what movie did you see? Thank you, J. Arthur, as always. Joseki, Yeshua, thank you. Thank Meme Center. Solid Python. J2 Blue. And Rolucci. Rolucci, you're Roche, right? Because I always get confused because you have these 2 different names. So thank you very much. We also recently had a number of new members. We just had a new one, Juiceman Von. Welcome. He's probably not listening to me. I do know Juiceman Von from Twitter. And he's also like a regular over on OJ streams, so I am aware of Juice Man's. Welcome. He can't hear me, so it doesn't matter. I don't think he's listening to this show. We did have a number of new members recently, so everyone welcome them. I just invited people to come. I said, come and join the Discord server. Let's talk more about Persona 5 Tactica, because there's been some mad. I did talk about the cope in the pre-show, the mad cope that's going on about the sales of Persona 5 Tactica. Why are people coping for that game? I don't know. I do not know. But yeah, there's a talk about that. So some new members. So do make everyone feel welcome. If you're a new member, please feel free to explore our server. I've written some of the basic stuff in the rules and FAQ. I do need to update it because I've added a couple of new areas like stories, and I added the tavern, which is like an off topic text chat. Stories is specifically for like news stories and stuff. And the sales data I tend to put on a notice board, but we make new threads and stuff because it was getting very, we just had like one long like text chat before, and it was getting very out of hand to try and follow everything because people talking on it constantly and stuff like that. It was very difficult to keep up with what was going on there. So now it's a lot more organized. So it's a lot more easier for you to find things now because stuff is separated out by threads and we have the different areas. So feel free to explore the different stories that we have and just interact with everybody, have a good time and just chill out and just talk about, you know, nerdy sales stuff on a, you know, a pretty friendly server where we like to, you know, joke about and stuff like that. We have, in addition to myself, we have 2 mods on the server. So I just added Jago as a new mod like a week ago or something like that. So it's now, the team is now me, Mousy and Jago. So you will see us around on the server. I'm obviously there every day. Mousy's there, and Jago's are also often there. So yeah, if you have any problems or you want to know anything, you can use the @moderator role to ping us. There's an @moderator role, and you can just literally just ping someone to if you want to talk about something, if you have any problems. I will be making some adjustments and improvements to the server coming hopefully soon, because obviously we're getting more and more people. The server's getting more and more busy now. It's got to the point where I was like, oh no, I actually don't organise all of this, right? So that's what I've slowly been doing, like, you know, with, you know, making new areas and for people to chat in and stuff like that, and like events and stuff like that. So now the pre-show, I try to make that an event. You can make events in Discord, right? So I'm gonna try and make that stuff events, so you can clearly see on like your calendar and your local time and stuff like that. So yeah, that's it for housekeeping. So thank you everyone, and I'll catch you on the next show. Bye bye.